lose ions is to lose my performance. I drink Pocari Sweat, the only drink that resembles my body fluid, quickly replaces my lost ions and locks them in. It takes me to my limit and makes me go beyond it. Pocari Sweat, get your ions back.
These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy.
You ain't by that fast life, 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life.
Turn your setbacks into comebacks. Safeguard your active lifestyle with PA Assurance.
Welcome back to the heart of sports right here in sunny Singapore, and today it has been sunny. Blue clear skies, absolutely love that, but the heat has been, well, a bit challenging, so do make sure that you hydrate yourself as much as possible. My name is Glenn Mascarenas, and I'm here to take you through the second half of the day's events, and that, of course, is at the National Stadium. Let's look at what's coming up for you in the 83rd Singapore Open Track and Field Championships 2023. We've got the high jump finals for women that'll open the events for the afternoon, and that's followed by the pole vault C division boys final, the 400 meters mixed open final, followed by the 400 meters women's open final, and then the men's open final. Soon after that, at 3 o'clock, we will launch into the 1500 meters women's open final, followed by the men's open final, then the 1500 meters C girls division final, followed by the C boys division final. And cumulatively, we do have one more in there, which is the B division girls final. If you think that's all, we've still got more rolling up for you after 3:46. And let's get a view of what we're going to round off the day's events with. So there we have it, 1500 meter race walk, C division girls. That'll be followed by the high jump. It's a men's open final. 1500 meters race walk, B division girls final, followed by the C division boys final, and finally the 3000 meter race walk, which is the B division boys final. That rounds off pretty much what I'd say is the school events for the day. And then will be the women's open triple jump final, followed by the women's open 10,000 meters final. That's going to be a big one. The men's open triple jump will end off the day's events. So do stay with us. So very soon it's going to be first the high jump for women, and that'll be followed soon after by more events, which of course you have been waiting for right here, and that's the pole vault, and finally the 4 into 100 meters mixed open final. It's all happening right here at the National Stadium in Singapore. So don't go anywhere, stay with us. It's going to get live and it's going to get loud.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the high jump women open final. Let's meet our athletes. From Hwa Chong Institution College, Wong Jin Ro. Representing Max Fong, Judith Sim. Representing Malaysia, Yap Sean Yi. Representing Malaysia, Norliana Kamarudin. Representing South Korea, Gunjo Park. Representing Malaysia, Ngu Jia Sin. And representing Singapore, Michelle Seng. Good luck to all our ladies in the high jump women's open finals.
Contestants for the women's open finals, well, that is in the high jump. It's going to be an interesting one here because remember, this calls for It calls for a flight of grace. And are we going to see that today, along with a tad bit of elegance? Well, believe you me, you will, because I did catch a view of the ladies participating earlier in the warm-up. For the high jump, of course, just as our good mate Ross got all those names put to the faces. Let's quickly run you through them. It is Jinru Wong of Hua Chong Institution. There's Judith Sim of Maxform, Sean Yi Yap of who's representing Malaysia, along with Nurliana Kamaruddin, also of Malaysia. For Korea Republic, it's going to be Gyun Jong Pak. For Malaysia, it'll be Jia Shin Nu, and for Singapore, Michelle Sung. Remember, we aren't going to get, well, too deep into, well, the first few jumps as far as, well, the height is concerned. Well, that comes in later when we cumulatively will add up the scores. Remember, these athletes really need to, well, find higher ground in terms of the jump itself, and everything right down to what you wear and how comfortable it is also makes a huge difference for this event. Remember, this of course is very different from what most of us would have done when we were youngsters, which was the straddle jump. This of course is the backflip. It is the jump that is used worldwide to gain ground. And it's going to be interesting to see what transpires here today. So do stay with us. We've got even more exciting action coming up. We've got the pole vault as well as the 4 into 100 meters relay open. So that's all happening right here at this venue, and it runs all the way through till the late evening. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be an exciting one. And let's not forget that tomorrow we've got even bigger events in terms of all those heats that we've been having. The finals actually will take place tomorrow. So do stay with us right here at the National Stadium. We start off with the high jump and we'll move on to other events real soon.
Whilst the competition is ongoing, have a look at the big screen. If it so happens you see yourselves on the big screen, make sure you give a wave and you give a hi to the camera.
Just getting ready for her first jump. It's Judith Sim of Maxform. So Judith Sim taking her first jump. Remember, well, the bar will be set higher and higher as we go along. So do stay with us. And that's just the first, well, kicking off the event. Always, I said, butterflies in the stomach for our first contestants, but not when it comes to athletics. The athletes will just throw themselves into it. Adjusting those levels is always important. We will give you the final, well, finishing scores later.
first event for today is ongoing now in the high jump women's open final. 7 contestants, all in all, taking part, battling it out for glory. The championship record is set in 1986, and it was set by Christine Frances Stanton from Australia with a height of 1.92 meters. And the national record, together with the national under 20 record, was set by Michelle Sung with a height of 1.86 and 1.80 respectively from Singapore. And we see on the big screen, we have our competitor, Wong Jin Ro from Hwa Chong Institution College with her first jump.
So Wong Jin-ro getting ready to take her jump. Remember, the record, of course, was set by Michelle Sung, who's very much in the fray today. She's wearing the bib 160. Michelle, of course, set the under 23 record way back in 2006, the under 20 record, and that was for 1.80 meters. She also backed up another by snatching the national record in 2021 with 1.86 meters. So it will be quite delightful to watch her here today. As far as Wong Jin-ro goes, she's one of the youngest contestants, just 17 years old, and definitely the youngest, while Michelle Sung would be, well, probably the older of the contestants here today. So it's not a very huge age group, but having said that, it does make a difference if you are 17 and competing against, well, you know, very experienced customers. It will be interesting to watch them in action to find out what exactly they can come up with. So the seats have started filling up, and there we've got sprightly youngsters who've come in to join us here today, and that's really good to see a crowd. We've been waiting for that. Tomorrow it's going to be even more packed, but really awesome to look at our young supporters.
Flex those muscles, regardless of whether you have them or you don't. Here we go, flex those muscles if you see yourself on screen.
And just as we get a view of our audience, we've also seen young Jin-ro come out with her own, well, she scaled her first challenge, so it's going to be interesting. Here, of course, right now is Judith Sim. She started off the event fairly smooth with her effort. Absolutely no flaw there. Kept it in a nice little flow, and she's got a smile because she knows she just got that right. Having said that, well, these are really heights that most of our athletes can scale very easily, but when the bar goes up, that's what makes the difference. Now here, of course, it's Sean Yap of Malaysia. And gains a good bit of height over the bar. So Sean Yap doing extremely well. Let's remind you about one key factor that defines, well, jumpers and that defines
Checking out
actual,
the action on
well,
the big
runners.
screen is a high
The difference
jump.
is actually the stance. While runners do rely on a crouch stance for a start, most jumpers, whether it's the high jump, the triple jump or the long jump, they decide on basically the open stance before launching into their move. And we do catch a few of our young supporters there, and one even flexing her muscles.
That's how you do it. Flex them muscles. Hey, hey, how about the girls and that guy? That's how you do your flex cam. Flex those muscles, man.
So raising the bar just a little bit more after our jumpers, of course, finished their first few. Remember the record, of course, set here. We're still at about 1.5 meters. The record set here is for 1.80, and that's the best that was set by Michelle Sung. That's way back when she was taking part in the under-20s. Now, of course, Michelle did set a senior record, a national record in January 2021, and that was for 1.86 meters. Christine Francis Stanton still holds the championship record of 1.92 meters set in June 1986. It's back to young Wong Chin-Ru. And just stumbling there with that increase in height. Well, do remember what I had said to keep in mind is really about being able to scale that backwards. More importantly, you've just got to get your form right. You've just got to see. There are experienced contenders in here now. Let's look very quickly at Judith Sim, sorry. She takes part in this event almost every year. She represents Max Form. She's a very experienced jumper, but she too stumbles there with that bar increase, just like young Wong Chin-Ru. So you've got, well, two ladies who hit the paddle. Now left to be seen. We've still got Sean Yap, who's going to come in a bit. She did scale are fairly high. So the 150 mark set for Wong Jinru. For Judith Sim as well, it's 150. Sean Yap, of course,
on the big
has a bar set at
screen,
1.65.
Our high jumper,
And
Nurliana
Michelle Sung at
Kamarudin from Malaysia, getting
1.86. These
itself
are,
ready.
well, the best performances that
together
they
with
put in the past.
our next
So can they better them here today? That's a big question. Here's Sean Yap. Just psyching herself before the jump. Oh, and she's done that with a good bit of height left still there for clearance. So Sean Yap of Malaysia, 1.65 meters has been her best so far. Can she better that here today? She is an experienced jumper. She's got a fair amount of confidence in every single jump that she does, well, put into action. And here's another bit of a marvel.
Good attempt.
Nurliana Kamarudin of Malaysia. Excellent jump from her as well. It's over to Jasin. Also represents Team Malaysia. She's kept it fairly nice and easy too. Absolutely no worry here for her. So 3 good jumps there from our Malaysian athletes. It's back to Hwa Chong Institution's Wong Jinru. Remember, her best has been 1.50 meters.
Another successful attempt by Wong Jinru from Hwa Chong Institution College.
Judith Sim, well, that's the second time around that she's been unsuccessful with that attempt. Fairly confident jumper, was watching her in warm-up. Well, just needs to get, well, her rhythm back. She will have a quick chat there with the coach.
Okay, you're on the flex cam. Get those guns blazing. I want to see those moves. Come on. Wave to the camera if you see yourself on screen.
Perseverance pays, and that's what life teaches us. And Judith Sim, well, pretty much would follow that. Just had a quick word there with the coach. So it's going to be interesting, you know, and more power to her if she can actually clear this hurdle Well, that's the third time down. Just a bad day at the office for young Judith Sim. Bit unfortunate there. Did have a few attempts, and she has her bar set at the same as Wong Jin-ru, which is also 50 meters. So 1.5, that is 1.50 meters. It's very interesting to know whether they can actually clear, well, you know, that and even better. Because remember, there are some athletes who can actually get out there. High jump is pretty much the high jump. You know that you cannot go beyond a certain limit, but some athletes on some days can pull a rabbit out of the hat and really scale higher ground, and it has been done in the past. So there are moments like that, and I'm sure that we of course had one of those moments in the morning's 10,000 meter walk. You never know whether you can have that in any one of the other events. And here we have extremely friendly, well, spectators. It's really heartwarming to see that we've got supporters that have turned up here today. Many, of course, who are school friends or, you know, family of the athletes who are taking part. Some of them, of course, teachers who really come. There are some teachers who aren't a part of the actual, well, sports fraternity, but actually come to support their students. I've met a few of them right through during the National School Games. And it just goes to show the kind of encouragement that, you know, the teachers do give our students. And I think that is really A grade. Hats off to them for doing that. So here we have it. It's back to our audience.
We'd like to say a very good afternoon for those of you who have just joined us. Put on a great big smile because it is going to be an afternoon of excitement and track and field action awaiting you here at the Singapore Sports Hub. Coming up next will be the C Division Boys Pole Vault Final, and of course the 4x100 meter mixed open final.
It's back to young Jin-ru, who'll make another attempt. And then once again, just failing to, well, make a mark there. Was looking to scale that, but just finding it a tad bit difficult. She too will have a word with the coach as Sean Yap looks to get ready for her jump. Well, high jumpers do have a very stylistic front, and Sean Yap, hats off to her. She's got her own style. She's kind of, well, gently laid back. She does her own thing, but she's a good jumper, and we've got to figure out whether she can scale the next hurdle. Well, as that bar goes up, it's all about being able to. And the reason why she was scaling way over 1.50 was, well, her best or her average is normally 1.65. And there she goes again. She's just one of those jumpers who's very confident with the jump. She knows what she's doing. So you've got to hand it to Sean Yap for her efforts. Also, Nurliana Kamaruddin, she was very impressive with her, well, first jump. Left to be seen whether she can enthrall with this one as well. And once again, she does extremely well, Nurliana Kamaruddin. So absolutely no problem there with the height challenge and getting ready. I can see well, coming up to take the jump now. It's Park Gyun-jong of Korea. Normally her average at about 1.73. And she does extremely well with her first attempt. Absolutely no worries here for young Gyun-jong. 26 years old. She's been a competitor in these events for quite a while. Now here's Jia Shin. She too well scales that nice and easy. Not too much of a worry here for the 23-year-old representing Malaysia. Quick move and a quick jump there, and that's one of the ladies to watch. It's Michelle Sung. Well, she used to be a star athlete here, still gains a whole lot of respect. Remember, 2021, she set a record, the national record for, well, Singapore with 1.86 meters. She's got a very quick and aggressive jump, does not delay, doesn't take time. And I do like that. There are very few jumpers who endorse that kind of style. Most jumpers tend to be laid back with that spring at the end being the only quick movement. But then there are some jumpers, especially those who've been brought up in, well, straddling, you know, to begin with. And they happen to have just a quicker move. But having said that, total respect for Michelle Sung. Left to be seen what she can actually, you know, produce here today. And it'll be quite delightful to find out. Here's young Jinru back again. Oh, she's had a whole lot of worries here. And she is disappointed, just unable to scale that mark, no matter how hard she's tried today. And I think that's going to be a bit of a cause for concern for her. And it's going to be interesting for young Jinru because, well, you can't move on to the next stage if you can't clear off but more power to her. Just trying to focus, well, psych yourself into it. You need to get your, well, mind into that competitive state. Keep it going, keep positive. Really sometimes about taking the leap, whether it's a leap of faith or it's a leap in, you know, high jumping. It's all about believing you can do it. Sometimes the slightest mental block will get you to actually not scale that hurdle. And it's something that you'll see in your daily lives. There's no doubt about it. And imagine how tough it is for, you know, those that take part in the high jump. So while we talk about that, we've got the boys pole vault C division final that will kick in right now. And that's going to be interesting because our lads are actually lining up for it. And let's very quickly remind you, we've got quite a ton of lads getting ready to come on board here. And our good mate Ross, of course, will introduce you to all of them. So I'll leave it to him to do that.
From Raffles Institution, Darian Cole. Victoria School, Thaddeus Tan. From Raffles Institution, Sean Fu Mingzi. Representing Hwa Chong Institution, Lee Jun Wei. Representing Victoria School, Caden Ho Xian Yi. And representing Hwa Chong Institution, Terence Neo Sing Zi. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the introduction for the 4 by 100 meter mixed open final. Lane 3, let's welcome Team Chicada Trackers. And in lane 4, let's welcome Lao.
So one of the most exciting events, of course, we've got two teams in there. It is the mixed open final for the 4 x 200 meters. Team Chicada Trackers, of course, features Mohammad Zulkhair, who will start off the event. And for Team Laos, it will be Kanmalaipone Bunyawon. So it's going to be interesting to watch a mixed open final. Well, there's always that tad bit of, well, strength that normally you do have lads have over, well, the ladies. But when it's a mixed open, it's a mixed bag. So really left to be seen what can come out of it. Interesting start here as Mohammad Zulkhair races up. He's totally taken the lead there. Will pass the baton on to his teammate, that's Mohammad Yazid, while Bunyawon has passed it on to Selina Pa'ape. It's an interesting run because keeping the lead here, of course, as we can see, is Team Chicada, but Laos have taken the lead, and what a sprint that is! Absolutely magical work being done here by Kongkam Kyubmawong, and he will set it up for his final teammate, that is Zaidawan Wongsavan, and what a massive lead. Oh boy, that has certainly shocked my socks off. Talk about teamwork, and Laos just pulling it in. Absolutely magical performance from the team in blue. And that's wonderful to watch, well, the two girls just having a chat there. So Zaidawan Wongsavan talking to Team Chicada Crackers. Well, Natasha Ganesaguru and Claire Chen earlier. Well, these are the girls that finished off the race. Remember, it was, well, two lads in there for Team Chicada Trackers, but what a run from Team Laos. So absolutely magical finish from them, and a clear win by Zaidawan Wongsawan. That is a real anchor, and very rarely do you see anchors that are that strong when it comes to the ladies in the mixed open. So hats off to them. It's back to the pole vault now. And a quick jump there from, well, our young athletes. That was Kujia Jun, who represents Raffles Institution, and it's Victoria Schools. Well, Thaddeus Tan, who comes up next. Keep in mind the fact that the pole vault, of course, right now, they are looking at what could be, well, a record set. The school's national record set for the boys' pole vault was 4.82 meters in the C division. That was way back in 2013. In 2010, of course, it was 3.80 meters, and that was a championship record. Incidentally, both the school record set in 2013 and the championship record set in 2010 belong to Sheng Yao Chan. So that's very interesting whether any of these lads can actually scale past that. And it's our ladies who are still trying to give it a shot. Just a tad bit of a worry for the high jump for Jia Shin, well, who took that jump and, well, just failed to scale it. But she's been fairly good right through the contest, and that's the first stumbling block for her. Up next with the pole vault, here's Sean Fu of Raffles Institute. 1.85 meters is what it's currently set at. Remember, the record is 4.82 meters, the school record, and 3.80 in the championship. So the lads here in the C division, well, will aim to do their best. They've got a couple of efforts that they can put in. And every time you scale a certain level, well, you do get the opportunity to go higher. Back to the high jump, where now the bar has been set at about 1.64. It is Malaysia's Jiashin Nu. Well, she has been able to clear 1.70 in the past. Could be a number of factors here. It could be, well, the weather. It could be the humidity. Also, sometimes a bit of wind draft will actually get, well, athletes to set unbelievable records in long jump, in pole vault, and of course in the high jump as well. It all depends on, well, the direction of the wind and the speed of the wind. Well, those are natural, well, occurrences, and there's nothing you can do about it. So here we go. Once again, Jiashin attempting to clear that obstacle, and just a slight bit of doubt in her mind. So they'll have to cancel that attempt as she gets ready. Just those, well, few pins of doubt running around those gray cells. That's what gets you to just stop before you can take the actual jump. She's got to get herself calm. She's got to get herself back into the mode. A beautiful jump there. Absolutely marvelous jump at the other end. And good work being done here. Well, did almost clear it, but once again, hitting the paddle. So a few worries here for Jiashin today. She will have to calm herself down and think back again of her strategy.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the start of the women's 400-meter open. In lane 1, representing Irovra Club, Tan Sui Shin. In lane 2, representing Max Form, Ho Si Chuan. In lane 3, representing Malaysia, Aina Patricia Abdullah. In lane 4, representing Malaysia, Nurul Alia Nur Azmi. In lane 5, representing Malaysia, Chelsea Evali Bopulas. In lane 6, representing Malaysia, Nurul Faiza Mazlan. In lane 7, Zaima Attila Zainuddin. In lane 8, representing Wings Athletic Club, Tanisha Patil. And in lane 9, representing Singapore University of Social Science, Zan O.
Let's get straight down to business and give you a recap on all the contestants who are down here. 400 meters dash open for women. And let's start off with the first one. Irovra Club will feature Sui Shin Tan. For Max Form in lane 2, it's going to be Zishuan Ho. For Malaysia, Aina Batrisi. For Malaysia, once again in lane 4, Nurul Alia. And then, of course, Chelsea Ivali Bopulas, along with Nurul Faiza Mazlan. So from number 3 to number 6, it's all Malaysia. Let me stand corrected. Till number 7, it's Zaina Atil, also from Malaysia. Tanisha Patil for Wings Athletic in lane 8, and Zan O for Singapore University in lane 9. So here we go. It's a quick run. You do know that the Malaysians are going to put in their level best here. Who can make it to the top? Well, that's a big question. A good runner that we have in Zan O, can she, well, cut the grade? That's another big question. But for now, it looks like it's going to be a tight affair, because you've got those middle runners who are just sticking through it. And now we've got a change of feet, because stepping it up right here into the zone, we are looking at a change. What a difference this is going to make when we finally get to that part where we realize who is going to cap it off. It's Nurul Alia, well, who's put in a good performance, but for now it's Chelsea Ivali Bopulas who's taken the lead, and she also represents Team Malaysia, still keeping it steady. Will she be able to knock it off right there at the top? We do have a challenger coming up, but it's too far behind, and she will take it. So claiming it right here. Excellent run there from Chelsea Ivali Bopulas. Well, just past that 70-meter mark. Well, put on those wings and flew right across the finish line. So what we're looking at is an absolutely marvelous race from young Chelsea. We will try and find out how much the 23-year-old clocked, and we'll also get you our finish. Remember, we missed out on the heats in this event earlier, but here it is. Chelsea Cassiopeia Ivali Bo finishes with 55.19, and right behind her it is Nurul Alia with 56.60 and Zaima Atifa with 56.91. Nurul Faiza comes in with 57.04. Clean sweep by Team Malaysia. Well, all four right there at the top. What do you say to that? You've got every single Malaysian athlete competing against each other. So very good finish, I'd say, and just exactly what the doctor ordered. And as far as we are concerned, the pole vault still, of course, goes on. Remember, along with the pole vault, we've also got the high jump that is in progress for the women in the open category. For the lads, of course, this is an entirely different story. for the lads, just to be precise. This, of course, is the pole vault in the C Division Boys Final. We've also got two big ones coming up. First, of course, we have the men's 400 meters, well, open final. And that, of course, will be followed by the 1500 meters women's open final. So the 400 meters men's dash, of course, we had 3 heats and they were all 3 really, really extensive. Let's find out, well, as we get introduced to our athletes as they take to the field. I'm going to wait for our mate Roslan to introduce you to the athletes, and then, of course, do just a little bit of a refresher for you so you find out who the athletes taking part are. Stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the introduction of the men's 400-meter open. In lane 1, representing Thailand, Jiratip Bundi. Lane 3, from Malaysia, Muhammad Firdaus Muhammad Zemi. Lane 4, representing Singapore, Calvin Kwek. In lane 6, representing Singapore, Thiruban Thana Rajan. In lane 7, from Thailand, Metawi Kanhaudong. In lane 8, representing Philippines, Joime Sakita. And in lane 9, representing Malaysia, Abdul Wafi Roslan.
So that's a quick recap of those names for you. Jiratip Bundi of Thailand in lane 1. In lane 3, of course, it is Muhammad Zemi of Malaysia. Calvin Kwek of Singapore in lane 4. We've got Thirubi Thanarajan of Singapore in lane 6. Matthew Kanhaudon of Metawi Kanhaudon of Thailand in lane 7. Joime Sequita of Philippines in lane 8. And Abdul Wafi Roslan of Malaysia in lane 9. So here it is, the 400-meter dash in the open category. Remember, Singapore's Thanarajan himself had put in a good performance here. Who will cap it off here today, of course, is a big question. It's never going to be easy because you always have, well, strong contenders in there. But here we go, really, really racing towards that front, trying to create a good bit of a distance is, of course, our Malaysian athlete. But catching up with him, we do have, well, the Thailand athlete and, of course, Joime of the Philippines. So it's going to be interesting because, remember, in that race in the morning, it was actually the Singapore athlete who really shined bright. But right there in the lead, as we can see, it's Calvin Kwek. Calvin Kwek will just pulling away from the pack. Will he keep his lead on Joime Sequita? Well, left to be seen, and it looks like Calvin Kwek would have finished there with Sequita also securing a second position. We will confirm that for you in just a little bit, but a very closely fought race, except for Calvin, who did stretch himself right there. So 47.43 he finishes with. Well, it's not going to break the record, because the record, of course, still stands at 47.25 in the championship and 47.02 in the Singapore national record. But 47.43, a close second, Joymi Sequita with 47.73. And then, of course, coming in third, it was Thiruben of Singapore, that son of Thanarajan. He finished with 47.74. So, a good race run. Calvin Kwek taking in the joy. You've got two lads from Singapore there who finished off in the top. And one, of course, from the Philippines. Very impressive, Joymi Sequita. He's got a good stride. He's very, very fast. Almost thought he might have stolen the thunder, but Calvin Kwek in that last 100 meters was just a blast of fast. Not from the past. Well, definitely, he just went ahead at top speed, didn't he? And he's done extremely well. Smile on his face there, well, just sitting in with his Singapore teammates. So excellent work being done here by the lads from Singapore. So after that, so very close, Joymi Sequita and Thiruben Thanarajan, 47.73 and 47.74 in that second and third position. It could have almost been a top to finish for Team Singapore, but all said and done, it's been a good race. And that's exactly what we were expecting. That's exactly what was delivered.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the women's 1500 meter open final. Let us welcome our runners. We have representing Lactic Butts, Steffi Gunn. Representing JS Athletics, Natalie Bella Kuchenbach. Representing Malaysia, Geetha Sivaraja. Representing Malaysia, Savinder Kaur Joginder Singh. Representing Laos, Lotkyu Ithakuman. Representing the National University of Singapore, Levin Wong. And representing South Korea, Bohana.
Let's run you through what our good mate Ross gave us, of course. For Lactic Bugs, we've got Stephanie Gunn. We've got in lane 2. In lane 3, we've got Natalia Bella Kuchenbach of JS Athletics. You've got Geetha Sivaraj of Malaysia in lane 4. Savinder Kaur Joginder Singh of Malaysia in lane 5. She's a top athlete. We saw her in action yesterday and expect much from her today. We've also got Lotkyu Ithakuman of Laos in lane 7, Levin Wong of National University of Singapore in lane 8, and Bohana of South Korea, that's Korean Republic, in lane 9. Let's also quickly remind you that this record of the championship has not been broken since 1990, and that's 23 years to be precise. It was set by Australian Anne Cross for 4.14.90. So can any of these ladies will break that 4 minutes 14.90? That's a big question. Of course, the national record was set by Chui Lingo of Singapore for 4 minutes 27.26, and Mimigar Begum set the under 20 record for 4 minutes 41.80. So back to the action here. It's going to be a tough one. Remember, 1500 meters. Never easy, because these mid-distance races are the ones that actually will get you to bring out pretty much the best as to what you can offer. We do know that Savinder Kaur can go the entire stretch of the race, but left to be seen what she brings to the table. Yesterday she was a medal winner in yesterday's events. Let's find out today if she can, well, just double that medal tally. Just a slight faltering there. So the officials will have to go again. Getting a quick view of the action on field, or on track to be precise. Well, false starts are sometimes just due to a slight mistake. It could be, well, just, well, your stance itself. Remember, there's no starting blocks here for this one. So, no faulting anybody for the time being. And that's the second time around. I think it's just that, well, itchiness to get started with the race itself. Assuming positions now, and we are into the race finally. Well, after those, just those few hiccups, just wanted to get things well sorted out, iron out the creases before you can actually launch into the race. Yes. It's 1,500 meters for the count, so no, it's definitely not well, one of those moments when you actually see, well, or come up with any sort of prediction. You just got to hold your horses for this one, because it really is those last 200 to 150 meters that can actually make or break a race. But for now, for the time being, it certainly looks like it is Natalie Abella of GS Athletics who's right out there in front with Bohana of Korean Republic. So do stay with us. Savinder Kaur slowly catching up with them.
As well as the boys' pole vault finals is happening on the field.
So just getting a view of our 1500 meters there. The ladies, of course, still stretching it out. It's Savinder Kaur who is very much in the lead. She's a very good pacer when it comes to keeping herself together. So Savinder Kaur taking it forward along with the close competition that she's had. And let's not forget that Bohana of Korean Republic, well, she's been, well, in that top three for quite a good bit of time. She's got the ability to actually overtake the second place contestant, and that, of course, is a big one, because Lokteo Intakuman of Laos is currently in second position. These are all pro runners. We saw them yesterday. They gave us some really delightful moments. And while we keep you in the loop about what's happening with the pole vault in the boys C division final, let's get straight back down to the main race for the 1500, because remember, the record to be broken here is actually 4 minutes and 14.90 in the championship. Will they be able to do that? Well, that's a big question. So 3 big runners in there, 2 that we've seen in action that gave us some really exciting moments yesterday. One of them, of course, is Lotkeo Intakuman, and the other is Savinder Kaur. Both these ladies can, of course, stretch it. And there's Savinder Kaur now pulling away from the pack. She's also got, and I said this earlier, that the Korean athlete was going to stretch it out, getting ahead of Intakuman. So Bohana now chasing Savinder Kaur in this 1500-meter race. And this is the part where it gets really crucial. You want to see that your stride is kept so very perfect. You don't want to drop pace, because now it looks like Bohana challenging Savinder Kaur. She's coming in from the outside. Definitely a chance for her to overtake, well, the Malaysian athlete, but unless Savinder can keep it together, it's going to be a tough one here as we come towards that finish line. Both these athletes very, very keen on the finish, but Savinder Kaur just stretching it by a little bit to claim it. So what a finish. What a beautiful finish there. And it's a second medal for Savinder Kaur Joginder Singh, who, of course, is from Team Malaysia. And Bohana, who did give her the scare of her life and did keep her. Normally that's what you have, right? When you have a great challenger, you're always going to perform better. So Bohana finishing second. It's been an interesting finish here as far as the 1500 meters is concerned, and I've absolutely been delighted by the race. We will give you the results in just a little bit, and also remind you that we've got more events coming up, including the 1500 meters race walk. The C division boys final comes up later on in the day, but up next, it's the 1500 meters men's open final.
Our results be out on the big screen.
So those are our finishers. Savinder Kaur with 4 minutes 34.89 and Bohana with 4 minutes 35 for Korea Republic. Steffi Gan finishing third.
100-meter men open final.
And here we have it, the
From
men's
Team Swift, Mohammed
1500 meters, men's open final. It's over to my man Ross to take you through the contestants.
360, Saran Kumar. From Team Shikada Trackers, Amir Rushaidi Osman. From Malaysia, Prabudas Krishnan. From Wings Athletics Club, Aravinthan Oilango. From Totality 360, Pravin Kumar Bohara. And representing Malaysia, Puvasanthan Subramaniam.
Big runners in the fray here. We did see them yesterday in the long distance, and here they are. Once again, we are looking at, well, strong contenders. My good man Ross did run you through all of them, but representing Swift, it was Mohammad Haja Faiz for Totally 360, Saran Kumar, Rushaidi Osman for Team Chikeda Trackers, Malaysia's Prabhudas Krishnan, and his good mate Puvasanthan Subramaniam. They're both very good friends. They're both in there today. You've also got Wings Athletics Club's Aravinthan, and Totally 360's Praveen Kumar Bohara. So Puvasanthan, he is quite the talent to watch in action. He's an excellent runner. He thrives on the mid-distance and long-distance races, especially that mid-distance, that 800 meters, 1500 meters. That's pretty much where he hits his stride. So let's find out what these lads can come up with. Remember, the championship record was set way back in 1978, and that was when USA's Masbach, that's G Masbach, came up with 3 minutes 45.00. 3 minutes 45 seconds, that was the big one. In 2018, the Singapore national record was set by Chow Yuan Liu, and that was for 3 minutes 51.51, and that's what stood as well for the national under 20 as well.
An exciting race.
So here we are, Puvasanthan, as expected, taking that lead.
By our
And what I really like about him is, unlike many runners, of course, who do rely on the very reliable, and I hate saying that twice, but the very reliable, negative split, runners like Puvasanthan tend to lead from the front. And I always say this, one of my dream runners to watch in action, and mainly through videos of him, was Steve Prefontaine, in his heyday. Always led from the front till he was told to actually, change it to a negative split. Now, Puvasanthan is one of those runners who we did see does lead from the front. Does it do you well in the end? Well, that's left to be seen, because he's got a challenger now on his tail who's actually gone ahead of him. So it's going to be a bit of a battle between these two right in front. And I'd really love to see how this all pans out, because now taking the lead and staying ahead of the pack is Prabhudas Krishnan, who is also his teammate from Malaysia. I'm just trying to figure out, and really was talking to my good mate Max next door, as to what could be the diet that these lads are on. They walk long distance fast, they run long distance and mid distance fast. There's definitely got to be something. Is it the spice, or is it just the food? I'd really like to find out. So back to the action here, and he's really stretching himself. Wasn't expecting that actually, but just tailed Puvasanthan for most part of the race and then decided to break away. And what a run it's turning out to be. Really packing the pace on. And this is where what you call not a negative, but a negative split used to the max. Wasn't expecting that change of pace from him, but he's really stepping on it. Stepping on the gas is the right word to say. So Prabhudas Krishnan of Malaysia just zooming ahead. He's also just increasing the pace gradually. You can see that he's now getting into a bit of a comfortable sprint from a slow run, and that could be the deciding factor in this event. 1500 meters to the core. Can he finish what he started? He's gained a huge lead. It doesn't look like there's going to be another challenger on his tail, and it's quite surprising that his good mate, of course, has actually fallen right behind, and I'm talking about Puvasanthan Subramaniam. So what a change of events. Prabhudas Krishnan leading the way for Team Malaysia, and he's actually stretched himself so far out that it certainly looks like he's going to finish this race. So here we have it, taking it in and soaking in that finish. What a lovely one for Prabhudas Krishnan. And he's finished it in style. No challenge there at all. Does have, of course, number 2 and 3 coming in close behind. And a very unfortunate finish here for young, well, Puvasanthan Subramaniam, who would have been expected to actually claim the race, but did have his moments here today. But so let's get straight down to looking at our finishers. Well, here we have it right at the top of the list. It's Prabhudas Krishnan of Malaysia, who finished with 3 minutes 59.85. Won't break the record, but he's done extremely well for himself. Mohammad Haja Faiz comes in second. Amir Rushaidi Osman of Team Chikera Trackers comes in third with 4 minutes 10.95. The second place for Mohammad Haja was 4 minutes 10.49. But the top finish, 3 minutes 59.85. We do have, of course, the prize presentations that'll follow for the 4 and 200 meters mixed open category, for the 400 meters women, and for the 400 meters men, also for the high jump women. They were having, well, they did have a pretty tough run while getting through their jumps and actually scaling those obstacles. We will find out a bit more about that as we cruise through, but for now, it's time to hand it over to my good man Ross to take you through the victory ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to focus your attention to the victory ceremony podium. This will be the victory ceremony for the 4x100 meter mixed open. Please give it up for your champions. We'd like to invite Mr. Jason Wong, Competition Director, to give out the medals. Our second place winners, Team Shikada Trackers, comprising of Muhammad Zulkhair, Muhammad Adi Shukri Yazid, Claire Chen, and Natasha Yan Ganesa Guru. And your champion from Laos, Kamalafon Bonyavon, Sulina Pa Ape, Kongkam Kum Ba Vong, Saidavan Yong Saba. Congratulations, winners. Thank you. Victory ceremony for the women's 400-meter open. Third place from Malaysia, Zaima Atifa Zainuddin. Second position from Malaysia, Nurul Allah Nur Azmi. And your champion, Malaysia, Chelsea Evali Bapulas. Congratulations, ladies, and congratulations, Malaysia. This will be the presentation for the men's 400-meter open. Let's welcome your champions. In third position from Thailand, beg your pardon, third place, Thiruban Thana Rajan from Singapore. Second position from the Philippines, Jaima Sekita. And your champion from Singapore, Kelvin Quek. Congratulations, winners. Thank you.
So with the prize presentations done, of course, let's remind you that there's still more action coming up. It is the C Division Girls Finals in the 1500 meters that'll kick in just a little bit. And that, of course, will be followed by the 1500 meters C Division Boys Final. It's going to be an interesting one because let's not forget we've got 16 contestants in there for the 1500 meters. And some of them, of course, are from the same school. You've got teammates participating against each other. St. Anthony's Canossian Secondary has got, well, 2. Cedar Girls have got 2 in there. Nanyang Girls High School have got about 3. You're looking at Singapore Sports School also. They have, multiple contestants that have been taking part in most of the events. So let's figure out what exactly, our athletes will include or feature here today. And we will introduce you to them in just a little bit, so do stay with us. Meanwhile, the boys C Division final in the pole vault still continues. We will find our winners later on, but for now it is time to get ready for the 1500 meters while our lads still continue with those poles and trying to gain higher ground here. Absolutely marvelous jump there, as you can see. And this is what is required from our young athletes, isn't it? We always talk about it as to how, they can come out with stellar performances. And this is the kind, of performance that you really need to see every now and then. And that was Victoria School's Jiang Yun Fan giving us a 2.90 meters. Excellent there to scale that height.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the C Division Girls 1500 meters. From Methodist Girls School, Dejanira Jeffrey. From Cedar Girls, Emma Lee. From Cedar Girls, Tabitha Ng. From Nanyang Girls School, Sun Lan Ning. From Crescent Girls School, Teo Sui Lin. From Nanyang Girls High, Luan Chua. From CHIJ Katong Convent, Natalia Mikkel Purida. From St. Anthony's Canossian Secondary, Alexis Tan. From Methodist Girls School, Megan Chong. From Singapore Chinese Girls School, Ann Lee. From CHIJ St. Nicholas Girls School, Kara Teng. From St. Anthony's Canossian Secondary, Charlotte Pun. From Nanyang Girls High, Siu Wen Wen. From Singapore Sports School, Naima Kirana Abdullah. From Tanjong Katong Secondary, Claudia Teo. And from CHIJ St. Nicholas Girls School, Alethea Caris Lim.
Well, yes, a strange thing with all our girls introduced. I must say this. I don't know whether it's growing pains or it's an age thing, but you look at the A division, which of course is the 17, 18-year-olds. They tend to be a lot more intense, a lot more serious, on the track before the race. If you look at some of the, B division, I'd say, which is that in between 15 to about 16, 17, they tend to be a little awkward in front of the camera because they tend to be focused on the race itself. But then you look at what you call the 14 to 15-year-olds in the C division, and they are a giggly lot. They really enjoy the race. They make good friends, and it's really about participating there is an intensity and there is a focus in there, but there's also that joy element which cannot be seen in the older age group. So when you become a pro runner, because then it's really about the intensity of the competition. But absolutely love it when you're looking at the C division participants, whether it's the girls or the boys. There's sheer joy, and believe you me, it's real. So that's the big thing. Back to the race right now. Remember, 1500 meters is not an easy task when you're looking at the C division. These girls really have to put in their maximum best, and it calls for a lot of stamina, a lot of training. They aren't used to running this day in and day out like some of the mid-distance runners that we see in the higher, well, regions of the contest. So back to the action on track, and it's going to be interesting to see who can pull off a win here out of 16 contestants. Right up there in the lead, as we can see, it's Claudia Theo of Tanjong Katong Secondary. She's gained herself just a little bit of space, put herself, well, in a comfortable distance right before the start of the race too. She was focusing, just psyching herself a little bit before she could get into the race. And that's an interesting bit, a slight different characteristic when the takeoff, of course, did happen right at the starting point. She eased herself into the front. It wasn't a burst of energy, but just that slight bit to give her an advantage. Having said that, 1500 meters is a long call. You are going to find runners who will step it up and really go into sixth gear probably in those last few laps. So anything can happen here. The record to be broken for the C division would be the one that was really set by Rama Begum. It was 4.54.02 minutes, and that was way back in 1999. Yvonne Lim Colvin did set the championship record, and that was for Hawaii Secondary in 2005 with 4 minutes 57.24. But the main record still stands, and that is 4.41.8. That's 4 minutes and 41 seconds.8. That was set by Mirinigar Begum of St. Patrick's, and that was a record set in 1973. So I did see right there in the race, we were looking at a challenge coming up from Emma Lee of Cedar Girls. She was closing in on Claudia Theo, and when we get back to the race, we'll find out what the status of that takeover was. So here we are back again, bringing up the rear end. As we can see right now, it's Charlotte Pun of St. Anthony's Canossian Secondary. We do have a change right out there at the top. I did mention this, that there was going to be a bit of a takeover, and it is Emma Lee who's got in front. Now you got, it looks like it's two of the Cedar Girls who are trying to really make the difference, but you've got Emma Lee in there. You definitely still have Claudia Theo also, although she's fallen back into third position, and there's a change in the pace as you see the front runner as well slowly gaining you know, in bits and bobs, and that's what makes the exact difference. And while we talk about, well, young Emma Lee, let's not forget that Tabitha Ung, also of Team Cedar Girls, is stretching it as best as she can. So it's an entire change from where we first started off. Remember the record to break. Will any of these young ladies be able to do that today? Well, I think your guess is as good as mine. But more importantly, it looks like they've still got a tad bit more to go. And can they power it up? As I can see, Tabitha Ung really stretching it now. Emma Lee still holding her own. She's kept it consistent. Will she be able to get past, well, her good teammate? I think that's the big question. She is trying her best to gain ground and kind of keep tabs with that front runner, because you don't want to fall too far behind. If you do, that might be detrimental. But hats off to her. I certainly see it might be a very, very good finish for one of these two young ladies on field. Emma Lee and Tabitha Ung. Now the battle on between these two teammates from the same school. Tabitha just trying to power up a little bit more. What I do love about Emma Lee is she's kept that same stride She's not increasing her pace too much. It's a gradual increase, no burst of energy, and now pulling away. She wants to take the lead here. There's no doubt about it. Tabitha Ang just tiring a tad bit. You can make out the fatigue setting in, but Emma Lee is going stronger and stronger. Stood second best right through this entire run, and now, of course, taking the lead. She stretched it out nice and far, and she looks like she's going to bring this home nice and easy. Just a bit more over 5 minutes and 29 seconds. Well, we will confirm the actual time for you. It's just off my unofficial clock. But having said that, what a finish. Emma Lee, delightful performance from her, and her teammate, of course, finishing as a runner-up. So Emma Lee followed by Tabitha Ang.
A big round of applause. Come on. Congratulations, girls. The results will be out on the big screen.
Absolutely fabulous finish there from these young ladies, and there we have it. So
congratulations, Tabitha Ng from Cedar Girls for clinching as the winner of the girls 1500 meter.
and there we have the finish. Emma Lee coming out on top with 5 minutes 31.04. Tabitha Ang finishes second with 5 minutes 33.75. And we have Nicole Wee Puridanand finishing third with 5 minutes 35.47. So that is pretty much our finish as far as we are concerned. But 5 minutes 31.04 there to Emma Lee. Get ready for the next one, which will be our 1500 meters boys C division final, and that too will include 16 contestants. It's going to be an interesting one, and we will get you acquainted with our lads before the race actually starts off. Meanwhile, the pole vault is still on. It's been a tough battle. The bar has gone up to now 3 meters, and it's going to be interesting to see who can scale that for higher glory.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the C Division Boys 1500 meters final. From Victoria School, Joel Wong. From School of Science and Technology, Singapore, Ezekiel Kwa. From Anglo-Chinese School Independent, Ong Chang Zi. From Fuhua Secondary School, Philston Sao. From Gan Eng Seng School, Jaden Lee. From St. Joseph's Institution, Enoch Xiao. From Gan Eng Seng School, Antak Tirushelvam. From Anglo-Chinese School Independent, Luca Chen. From the Singapore Sports School, Kian G. From St. Joseph's Institution, Zachary Chow. from Nanqiao High School, Sean Lee. From Singapore Sports School, Muhammad Azim Ali. From Unity Secondary, Zachary Caleb Wong. From Anglo-Chinese School Independent, Sebastian Chong. And from Victoria School, Sasharan Ganesh Kumar.
So you've got the lowdown, or rather acquainted with all our athletes. We've got 15 of them in there. And it starts off, of course, with Joel Wong, and it's in the last lane. That's in lane 15. We've got Ganesh Kumar, Saicharan. So let's get straight down to business and figure out what exactly these lads can bring to the table. We had a wonderful race earlier with the girls' C Division final. Now with the boys' C Division final in the 1500 meters, it's going to be quite a test of what we can expect. Anglo-Chinese School Independent, well, right up there in the front, but this is just early days. Remember, we are looking at those last few rounds. It's probably the last 400 meters that you actually see all the changes taking place. So do sit back and enjoy this race with us. Don't forget that after this we've still got more events coming up. It's going to be chock-a-block. We said it's going to be non-stop, and we are sticking to that promise. We've got the 1500 meters B Division Girls Finals, and then of course the 1500 meters Race Walk C Division Girls Finals, followed by, well, the high jump for the men's Open Finals. So that's going to be a lot of them before we actually get into the next prize presentation, and there'll also be the 1500 meter race walk B Girls Finals. So it's all happening right here. There is more and more events, a lot of endurance tests today, and especially for our young athletes. 1500 meters, no mean feat, but we've got 3 lads from Anglo-Chinese Independent, well, running well in the fray in that top 4, but right out there in front we know that there's been a change at the top of the positions, a change in the leadership of this race, and we are going to get a close view of our athlete who's really gunning for that top medal. Bit of a change here now, and that's exactly what we were expecting. That happens all the time as far as these races are concerned, and we've seen that over and over again. A change right up there in front as we look at Sebastian Chong of Anglo-Chinese School Independent, who's now pulled it away along with his teammates. Remember, for Anglo-Chinese School Independent, we have got 3 lads in there in first and second place, and that's Sebastian, number 49, along with Luca Chen, who's number 48. There's always going to be, well, good runners in the pack, but more importantly, when you're talking about this distance, let's quickly tell you about the record. The top record that was ever set was in 1998, and that was in the school's national record set by Saravanan. He was from Amokyo Secondary, 3 minutes 59 seconds, 0.4. As far as, well, the other records are concerned, 4 minutes and 6 seconds, 0.4, set by Anglo-Chinese Independence. Well, Nigel Fu and Kanan Pubalan of Victoria School had set the championship record in 1997 for 4 minutes 21.37. It's going to be a battle of these lads now. Also, you've got Fuhua Secondaries, Philston Sao in there, who is racing alongside the 2 lads from Anglo-Chinese School Independent. And it's an interesting battle with these 3. Left to be seen which of them can actually, well, pull it together as they approach that finish. But right now, it is these 3 lads who are in the lead. And very, very impressive, if you ask me, from young Sebastian Chong. Well, he was there right from that 200-meter mark pulling away from the pack, and by the time we had touched 400 meters, he had gained the lead. He's now, of course, just deciding to pull away from the pack. Remember, it's a long way to go, so he's got to pace himself out in a manner that doesn't allow the other two to catch up. Also, very impressive run from Philson Sao. He's really chasing it down as best as he can. He knows that he's got the two lads from the same school to contend with, but while he does that, it is Luka Chen. Luka Chen now, who's put himself into second position, just between the leader and the third place. Will he be able to challenge young Sebastian, or will it be Sebastian Chong? It is. So Sebastian Chong claiming the top spot. Finishing second is Luka Chen, also of Anglo-Chinese School Independent, and it's really claimed by AIC Independent here, as far as ACS Independent here. But as far as Philson Sao is concerned, well, he's run a good race too to finish third and claim the glory for Fuhua Secondary. Always a good thing, always when it comes to these races, isn't it, to see those lads pull away. And I tip my hat off to young Sebastian Chong Kajin. He really put in a massive performance here.
And the results are out on the big screen.
So as it stands here, it is Sebastian Chong Kajin finishing with 4 minutes 31.55 to claim the top spot. As far as the second, it was his own teammate Luka Chen who finished with 4 minutes 32.58, and Philson Sao of Fuhua Secondary finished with 4 minutes 34.60 to claim the third. Jaden Lee of GES finished with 4 minutes and 46 seconds, and that's Ganang Sung School. So quite a finish there, but it is, well, ACS Independent who rule the roost here in this race. So up next, of course, let's not forget, we've got the 1500 meters B Division Girls finals that'll kick in, followed by the 1500 meters race walk for the C Division Girls.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next event will be for the B Division Girls 1500 meter. From Raffles Girls School, Kimberly Chew. From CHIJ St. Teresa's Convent, Manuela Sidon. From Nanhua High School, Emma Su. From St. Margaret's Secondary School, Clara Chua. From Hai Sing Secondary School, Aliyah Zulaika Zulkifli. From Cedar Girls Secondary School, Cadence Tan. From Fairfield Methodist School, Huang Xin Rong. From National Junior College, Shanice Tan Haridas. From Crescent Girls Secondary, Ray Ann Go. From Crescent Girls Secondary, Elizabeth Tang. From Nanhua High School, Faith Fu. From Cedar Girls Secondary, Lim Shuang Ki. From CHIJ St. Nicholas Girls, Lu Sing Lin. from CHIJ Secondary Toa Payoh, Fong Yu En. And from CHIJ St. Nicholas Girls School, Shernice Chu.
So there we have it, our 1500 meters B division girls final kicks into action. Remember, you've got a few serious contenders here, and they of course will be looking at claiming the top spot. We just saw, well, the lads earlier get into the action, but right now it's the B division girls. Let's not forget the record for this race is still held by one big star, and she's featured many times over, and that's Mirinigar Begum. She used to run for St. Patrick's, 4 minutes and 41.8. That's what she set in 1973. That record, of course, was reset later on by Rema Begum, and a new record was not to wipe off the old one, but that was 4 minutes 54.02 in 1999 for Jurong JC. Yvonne Lin, of course, of Singapore Sports School, set the championship record in 2006 for 4 minutes 56. Well, do stay put for the victory presentation. We do have our good man Ross to take you through it, and we'll get back to the race in just a little bit.
Jason Wong, competition director, to present the medals. In third position from Malaysia, Norliana Kamarudin. In second place from Malaysia, Yap Son Yi. And your champion from Singapore, Michelle Seng. Congratulations, ladies. And now, the 1500-meter men open. These are your champions. In third position, from Team Shikada Trackers, Amir Rushaidi Osman. Second position from Team Swift, Muhammad Haja Faiz. And your champion from Malaysia, Prabudas Krishnan. Congratulations, winners.
And while, of course, we were getting a view of our victory presentations, we see that there's a new leader up there in front.
This
and
is
there's a change.
the 1500-meter Women's Open. Please welcome your champions. In third position from Laos, Lot Kyu Ethan Kunman. In second position from South Korea, Bo Hana. And your champion from Malaysia, Savinder Kaur Joginder Singh. Thank you, Mr. Jason Wong, for presenting the medals.
The 1500 meters girls B division final is into its last lap. We did mention this earlier. We do have a new leader. We've got new challengers up there in front. Well, the front runners have fallen behind, and it's very interesting to find out because we've got two ladies who are gunning for it really, really hard. And right up there in front, you can see it's Clara Chua, who's trying to raise the bar as best as she can. She's got a close challenger on her tail, and that's going to be interesting because right behind her it's Manuela Sidholm.
Here they come.
So can Clara Chua hold her own? It certainly looks like it. She's got a gap there of more than 40 meters, and now of course it looks like she's definitely going to pull it in. And here is a Clara Chua Sinburn of St. Margaret's Secondary School. Coming in second, it is Manuela Sidholm, and then of course we've got another finisher there coming in with third position. We are going to look at who finished off in that top four in just a little bit, but for now let's quickly also find out our timings. So we've got two young girls who are down and just getting a helping hand up. She finished well third, had a slight bit of a worry there with her feet, and that's Elizabeth Tang.
Another round of applause.
Elizabeth Tang represents Crescent Girls School. Well, it's a tough race. It's 1500 meters. I've seen my good mates take part, in these races when we were part of the Reuters, running team, and I've seen a lot of the young ladies there who are, older actually, unable to really, get up after they finish the race in the 1500 meters. So I've got to hand it to our young athletes out here. Really commendable performance. All of them, each and every one of them, should be very proud of themselves. So moving on, of course, while we get the results up for this, let's not forget we've got the 1500 meters race walk C division girls final kicking in just a little bit. So here it is. Clara Chua for St. Margaret's Secondary School finishes with 5 minutes 07 seconds .70. In second position was Manuela Sidholm with 5 minutes 11.06. Manuela races for CHIG St. Teresa's Convent, and of course coming in third position it was Elizabeth Tang. I did say this earlier, she did finish in third of Crescent Girls School. So we have our top three finishers there, and it's time to move on now to the 1500 meters race walk C division girls final.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next event is the 1500 meters C division girls race walk final. From Tanjong Katong Secondary, Lee Shi Ying. From Raffles Girls School, Clarice Ng. From Yishun Secondary School, Joy Tay. From Cedar Girls Secondary, Faith Ling. From Crescent Girls School, Carice Ko. From St. Anthony's Canossian Secondary, Claudia Hui. From St. Anthony's Canossian Secondary, Kara Tan. From Cedar Girls Secondary, Jermaine Go. From Crescent Girls School, Shivani Chandrasekhar. From Bendemeer Secondary, Teo E. Wen. From Dunman High School, Lin Chen. And from Cedar Girls Secondary, Elise Chua.
So down to our 1500 meters, a race walk, a C Division Girls Finals, and it's time for us to launch straight into it. Remember, you've got 13 contestants in there. More importantly, you also got to figure there'll just be one winner and 3 who will settle for the remaining spots. So it's an interesting one here. Let's look at, well, the rules, well, just being given to the girls. Actually, they do know the rules, but they're just being reminded of it. They're also being told about the disqualification process. You have, well, the cuts that will be shown for certain reasons, and I think that's really important. Just a refresher and just a reminder, but our young athletes, of course, more keen on actually getting this race started. Disqualification in the walking race is always a very big point of contention, because keep in mind the fact there's a slim line that celebrates a fast walker and a slow jogger. If you break into a run at any point, or it's seen as a run, you will be disqualified, or you do get a timeout penalty, and then you can continue the race again depending on what the actual misdemeanor was. Having said that, you break or you you break an offense, of course, twice, and you're definitely going to find yourself out of the race. And having said that, these young ladies, well, this is a sprightly lot. There's a good bit of enthusiasm in there. As you can see, these young ladies have trained. They are not just your regular, I will only take part in contests kind of girls. There's a good bit of training behind them. You can make out in their walking style, especially in their stride. Currently, with a slender lead out there, it is Lim Suanki. But will she be able to hold that? Well, that's a big one. She's got 2 ladies on her tail, and that, of course, is Rayan Go, who's right behind her, and even further behind it's Alia Zulaika Binti Zulfikar. But all these 3, of course, come from different schools. Lim Suanki comes from Cedar Girls. Alia comes from Hai Sing Catholic School. I do stand corrected on that. Just going to rephrase that. 3 leaders, of course, in front are Elise Chua, who comes from Cedar Girls Secondary. And right behind her, of course, it is Jermaine Go, who comes in also from Cedar Girls Secondary at number 9. And then we've got Faith Ling Xiao Un, who also is from Cedar Girls Secondary. So it's a Cedar Girls Secondary lead for the time being, and carrying the colors of their school, not on their arm or on their chest, but just through their feet and through that movement. It's interesting to see. It looks almost like, well, an army march to me, and that's really interesting because these young ladies are keeping form and they're keeping it fairly strong. So stay with us as they get through it. Remember, the record set for this, of course, was a school's national record was set by Joel Lim, and that was for Cedar Girls in 2018. It was 7 minutes 29 seconds, 0.78. Rachel Seat, who we did see, of course, earlier, and she in the open category won a medal for herself. She had set this record in 2017 for the Cedar Girls with 8 minutes 10 seconds, 0.44.
Men's open high jump final.
Now let's get acquainted with the men's open high jump final contestants.
Athletic Club, Andrew Park. From Malaysia, Muhammad Islan Dahlan. And representing Singapore, Brandon Heng Fu Hong. And from Malaysia, Farrell Glenn Felix Jurus.
Well, still continuing with their business as they started. You've got the Cedar Girls still in there, and there's a bit of catch-up happening as well, because you're currently looking at other contestants who are coming into the fray. And as I can see, it is Clarice Ung of Raffles Girls School who's just closing in on those top two. So very interesting. Still keeping a slender lead is Elise Chua of Cedar Girls Secondary. But I do believe the Raffles Institution girl is catching up, and she will be in that top three finish if she can hold it together. Well, anything can happen. There's still a good bit of time to go in this race. But the Cedar Girls are keeping that yellow and black flying high, while the Raffles Institution athlete decides that she also wants a piece of the pie from this lot. It's been a very steady run for Elise Chua, Jermaine Go, and Faith Ling. And now, of course, as I said earlier, Clarice Ung, well, has decided to become a part of that leader community. It's never going to be easy when you're looking at the B Division Girls Finals. You're looking here at the age group of about 15 to 16. Just very rarely some that may have just tipped over to 17, but it's normally the 15 to 16 range that we're looking at in terms of age.
Hello.
And there is one, well, yellow card being shown.
And these
very
walkers
interestingly,
need all your support. Bring up the volume.
Remember, 2 cautions and you'll find yourself out of the race.
Come on, supporters, clap your hands to the beat. Come on. You know this song. Let's go.
We are going to find a change in there, still keeping it alive, still keeping it going. We do have, of course, young, well, Clarice Ung, who is keeping tabs on the leader there. We've got a bit of a shift in the standings. It is now Faith Ling who is walking herself to what could be a medal here and the winning medal. Having said that, more power there to Clarice Ng. She's kept, well, very, very close in the C Division Girls final of the 1500 meters race walk. And it's an interesting one for us to watch these young ladies in action. Well, right behind Clarice Ng, of course, we've got, well, Jermaine Goh, who is also keeping her pace very strong.
The final stretch.
What a change of events here as we're looking at it. It is Jermaine Goh who's now overtaken Faith Ling, and she's going to walk herself off to a victory. It's going to be Clarice Ng, and that's a tight finish. We will find out which of those two ladies have done well. But Jermaine Goh, well, she pulled herself really, really hard towards that end, and just a bit of a stomach cramp there for her. So she will have to, well, ease off. That would happen when you have that final burst of energy. It was such a strong kick getting into that last bit. So Jermaine Goh does extremely well to win it for Cedar Girls. She did have, well, a bit of a worry there towards the end, but what a finish. We've got to find out between Faith Ling and Clarice Ng, well, who finished as a runners-up. Clarice Ng, more power to a young athlete. Well, she certainly stayed on the tail of the leaders, and a bit unfortunate there for Elise Chua, who led for most part of the race. Don't forget, there's always, well, in a walking race, there's always bound to be disqualifications, no matter what. And that's one of the things that characterizes or defines this race as being so unique and, you know, different from the other races as far as the sprints are concerned. So just as we see, it's very clean to find out what our results will display. Just waiting for that boat to go up. We do have the 1,500 meters race walk for B Division Girls coming up next. And while the men's open final in the high jump is ongoing, let's also remind you that we just finished off with the C Division Girls 1,500 meters race walk. It wasn't an easy race. We're looking at athletes who are much younger. Endurance races for younger athletes can sometimes be an extreme challenge. Having said that, you know, in the open category, when Rachel Seat won it, let's not forget that she was one who had also set a record, a championship record in the C Division Girls, and that was way back in 2017. A sign of things to come, because she's such a fantastic, well, athlete, not just a great runner, but an excellent walker as well. Well, the judges just taking time to figure out who finished off a second and third, because there was such a tight affair, almost a photo finish between, well, Faith Ling and Clarice Ng.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the introduction to the 1500 meter race walk B Division Girls Final. From Raffles Girls Secondary, Adora Seat. School of Science and Technology, Singapore, Jessie Lim. Representing Crescent Girls School, Akshaya Sandiran. Representing Dunman High School, Kong Yi Wen Ren. Representing Raffles Girls School, Suzanne Tan. representing Crescent Girls School, Caitlin Chiam. From National Junior College, Kartikayan Meda Reddy. From NJC, Lucinda Pua. From Cedar Girls Secondary, Lin Zi Ching. From Cedar Girls Secondary, Laura Sher. From Changkat Changi Secondary, Izen Lok Yi Chien. From National Junior College, Kumar Neha. From Crescent Girls School, Sarisha Lee. And from Raffles Girls School, Anna Zhou.
So into our next race, which is the 1500 meters race walk B division girls final. You did get the introduction to all 14 of our contestants, and it's going to be an interesting one. Remember, this one calls for not just, well, perfect technique. It also calls for strict rules and, of course, more importantly, endurance at the end of the day. It's about walking. It's not about running. I don't know if you're ever acquainted with a very, very old or 50s track that is often used. And there we have the first card being shown initially. And that happens every time because you've got, well, I'd say you're being monitored for certain when it comes to walking. But I was just saying the old song, Walk Don't Run, one of the most famous instrumentals that came out of the rock and roll era. And today, of course, you know, for people who are normally bigger in size and for people who are just getting into fitness, well, that's the first bit of advice. Walk, don't run. Save those knees. But when you can, well, pull off that weight, hey, it's always free to hit the track and sprint as much as you can. So important. A lot of us, of course, neglected the entire build quality and was just having, you know, quick conversation with one of the athletes the other day. And build quality is so important. And each runner or walkers have a lean, you know, makeup, physical makeup, and that's what gives them the ability, well, to actually, but they've got strong calves. We look at runners, especially in the sprinters, they've got stronger, well, thighs and calves, and of course they've got buffed you know, bodies on top, and that is because they need that power to send them through. Having said that, it also comes with agility and flexibility, unlike, you know, different sports like boxing or weightlifting. So sprinters do have to have a certain bit of gait, a certain bit of muscle power within them. And then, of course, you look at the long-distance runners. Long-distance runners are never heavy. They're lighter on their feet. They're lighter in weight. They tend to be a lot leaner. Sometimes they can be, you know, of an average height. Sprinters do not really need height. One of the rare I would say, you know, changes to that was Usain Bolt, because he's a really tall lad. But otherwise, you know, sprinters normally do tend to be slightly smaller in size, but more, you know, buffed and muscular. So having said that, you know, it's at these points like where the B division girls currently are, and these are the turning points when these athletes decide, you know, whether they're going to continue with walking, or are they going to continue with actually hitting the track? And in some cases, like young Rachel Seed did earlier, you have a runner and a walker who can compete and is versatile. But it tends to be a very difficult decision to make, keeping in mind the fact that when you are on a race walk, or a walking race to be precise, it's always going to be difficult, especially when you know that your body is tiring out, and that's when you actually want to break into a sprint. So what walkers really need to be careful about is those last few bits, those last few laps, maybe 100, 200 meters or 300 meters. It's that last lap that makes all the difference, and they have to keep themselves in check and stick to the technique and the rules. So currently it looks like it's going to be a certain, well, lead taken here, and very nicely done as well. You know, the Cedar girls have been impressive as far as the walking is concerned, and as I'm looking at it right now, you've got Lin Ziching of the Cedar girls along with Laura Sher, and these girls are out there in front. You've also got, well, strong movement coming in from the Cedar girls, and there's a chance that they might be able to, well, cap off a win here today. You also got another young lady, well, who's right behind and who's doing extremely well, and that is Caitlin Chiam of Crescent Girls School. So you've got a few walkers in there who are making the difference, but still leading the way. Right up in front, it's Ling Ziching of Cedar Girls, along with the teammate Laura Scher. Can they hold their own in this race? And will there be anything for Caitlin Chiam? Because she's got a hold of a challenge from Susan Tan. Susan Tan is right on her tail. She represents Raffles Girls Secondary School. And right behind Susan Tan, as we can see, well, we've got Lucinda Pua, who represents National Junior College. But it's the two girls from Cedar Girls Secondary School that are really creating an impact here, and we might see them actually, well, take the glory here. The record to break in this race is, of course, 7 minutes and 29 seconds, .78, which was set in 2018, also by Cedar Girls well, athlete. It was Joel Lim who set that record. The championship record, of course, is set by Dora Shu, and that was from 2016, 7 minutes 32.7, and she represented Bendemeer's Secondary. So Cedar Girls do have a reputation to protect as far as this 1500 meters race walk B division girls final is concerned.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the prize presentation victory ceremony for the C Division Girls 1500 meters. We have with us Mr. Robin Goh, Lead Organizing Secretary for NSG Track and Field Championships. In fourth position, from CGS, Teo Sui Lin. In third position, we have Nicole Wee Purida Nantalia from KC. In second position, Tabitha Ng from CG. And our champion, Emma Lee from CG. Congratulations, Cedar Girls, for clinching first and second. And now, the 1500 meters B division girls. From fourth position, Go Ray Ann from Crescent Girls. Third position from Crescent Girls, Elizabeth Tang. In second position is Manuela Sidom. And for champion, Clara Chua.
So it looks like it's certainly going to be a terrific one. We've got a disqualification there, and we've also got a finish at the same time. A bit unfortunate there. Lin Ziching of Cedar Girls, well, bringing it in. But it looks like there was disqualification there for young Laura Scher, who was right on her tail right through. Both the Cedar Girls were doing extremely well, but it was a red shown, and that was the second yellow. So that definitely means that, unfortunately, Laura Sher finds herself out of that race, and that's a bit unfortunate. She was so close to the finish line, just a couple of inches away, I'd say. A few more steps to go, and you can't help but feel, well, awful for her as far as that is concerned. So
in fourth position, Jaden Lee
1500
from
meters.
Gan Eng Seng Secondary.
Well, we've got the prize presentation for the C Division boys
In third
final.
position, Philston Sao from Fuhua Secondary. In second position is Luca Chen Yi Yang from ACS Anglo-Chinese School Independent. And your champion from Anglo-Chinese School Independent, Sebastian Chong. Congratulations to all our winners.
Our other athletes still finishing their portion of the race here. And there we have it, Alin Ziching finishing at the top from Cedar Girls with 8 minutes 13.05. Susan Tan of Raffles Girls coming in second with 8:35.31. And then, of course, we had, well, Caitlin Chiam of Cedar Girls, who came in third with 8 minutes 36. A bit unfortunate there for Laura Sher. She could have finished second or even probably first had she not been pulled out of the race. But, well, that's the way the cookie crumbles, and that's the way that it stands right here in this event. So, still a few more endurance, well, races coming up for us. And more importantly, it's time for us to find out, well, what exactly our young athletes can bring to the table. Stay with us as the action continues right here at the National Stadium in sunny Singapore.
Round of applause for all our final finishers. Ladies and gentlemen, introduction to the 1,500 meter race walk C Boys final. From School of Science and Technology, Singapore, Anamalai Palaniapan. From Victoria School, Li Yi Feng. From Anglo-Chinese School Independent, Ian Chew. From Hwa Chong Institution, Lee Kin Hwa. From Anglo-Chinese School Independent, Xavier Tan. From Catholic High School, Lo Shan Yi. From Hwa Chong Institution, Wesley Tao. From Hwa Chong Institution, Bei Su Kai. From Victoria School, Connor Taylor. From Raffles Institution, Ethan Khan Wai Hong. From Yishun Secondary School, Yeshwin Allen Christopher Yegaraj. From Admiralty Secondary School, Muhammad Akil Adrian Adam Abdullah. From Anglo-Chinese School Independent, Ian Goh. From Victoria School, Fabian Tay. From Yishun Secondary School, Teng Yu Wen. And from Raffles Institution, Caleb Pan.
So all our introductions done for the next race. This is the 1500 meters race walk. It is the C Division boys final. Remember the record held here, 6 minutes 29.79, and that was the national schools record set by Sia Junwei way back in 2015, while Timothy Lim set a championship record for Hwa Chong Institution in 2017 with 7 minutes 21.21. And these lads are off to a blistering pace, especially if you look at, well, our young Lee Kin Hwa of Hwa Chong Institution. Well, he stressed himself right into the lead in front. Will he be able to hold that together for 1500 meters? Well, that's a very, very big one, and it's a tough one to call as well. But having said that, remember, you're talking about 1500 meters, so that's literally about a little over, well, 3. You're looking at, remember the entire length of the track is 400 meters, so you're looking at about well, 3 along with almost 4 rounds of the track, just 100 meters shy of it. So it's not going to be easy to see these lads will actually get around to that. Having said that, a very good start there. Will he be able to sustain it? Well, my guess is he just might be able to, but we already have the second place lad picking up a caution. Remember, 2 yellows means 1 red and you're ejected from the race. Sounds harsh coming from my mouth like that, but that's the truth of the matter. So we are going to stay with this to find out what exactly happens. Just slowing down a tad bit in pace, and he knows that it's going to take a lot, and I'm talking about Lee Kin Hwa. He had a good start, but remember, he is being challenged there by the second place contender, who of course was shown a card, so he's got to be a tad bit careful with his exploits here on the track. So interesting turn of events, and this is what makes the walking race so very difficult. It is about, you know, having that Hawkeye on you all the time, and it's a human Hawkeye, not even the electronic one, that keeps you in check with what's happening on the track. And remember, at greater stages of this contest, we're talking about the Commonwealth Games, the Olympic Games. Well, it's not just a Hawkeye, it's an eagle eye that keeps the track on you. Still a good bit of time left in this race. Let's not forget, it's still too early days to count anything, but we've got strong contenders, and these lads can certainly make the difference. Let's remind you once again that we are coming at you live from the National Stadium in Singapore. It's been a beautiful day, and even though now we do have, of course, the lights being dimmed in the great blue yonder, I have to say that it is still very pleasant. Absolutely clear skies, and it looks like we might have that running right through. We've had a day and a half of great action. We've still got more races coming up for you, but for now, as we focus on this very event, let's also remind you that in case you are in and around the area tomorrow, you just might want to drop by, you know, at the National Stadium, especially if you have any of your friends, you know, children or your own children participating in the race. You'd probably want to make it down here to support them. We are going to be expecting a big crowd, and the more the merrier, as is always for us at this very venue. So currently it still is a slight lead kept there by Lee Kin Hwa. There is a tad bit of fatigue that is setting in, but he is sticking to his lead. And we do look at now another lad coming up very, very close, and this of course could be the deciding factor, because on his tail it is Zhao Zun and Wesley is also from Hwa Chong Institution, and not allowing Wesley to gain ground, but coming right there in between is Lo Xuan Yi of Catholic High School. So these lads are certainly making a difference here. Will they be able to hold it together? Well, that's the big one. I've been very impressed by this young athlete from Hwa Chong, Lee Kin Hwa. He's kept his own. He does know that there are lads on his tail. He is keeping a watch. It's a glance from the left to the right. It's almost like a natural rear view mirrors that he's got tagged onto his shoulders, and it looks like there might be well, something in here for him. He is keeping a check on the competition, well, very, very closely. So do look at what's happening in there. We also have that young lad from Catholic High School now who stepped up, Wesley Zhao. He's put himself into second position for the time being. Remember, we've got a good bit of time, as I said, and there's still, well, much to be done in this race. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us as we continue with the 1500 meters race walk. And this is the C Division boys final. Soon after this, it's going to be time for us to move on to the B Division boys final in the 3000 meter race walk. Yes, it gets even bigger than it already is. That'll be followed by the triple jump for women, the open final, and that's going to be a very interesting one because we've got, of course, again, a Malaysian athlete in there who's done very well in the past. And then the 1500 meter race walk for boys ceremony will come in before we move on to the grand 10,000 meters women's open final. And we'll end off the day with the opens category men's final in the triple jump. So it's all happening right here at the National Stadium. Chock-a-block action, and we are delighted to be bringing it to your doorstep. Into the last and final lap. Here we go with the C Division boys final in the 1500 meters race walk. It still is a lead being kept here by Lee Kin Wah, but now challenging that spot and coming up close behind him. He's been on his tail for a good bit of time, and it is Lee Yifeng. He came out of the blue from right behind. Lee, of course, represents Anglo-Chinese School Independent, and he is chasing the lad from Hua Chong as best as he can. Now, both these lads will have to be very careful when it comes to that stride and that step and that heel-toe strike force, because you've got, well, that's exactly what you've got. Well, officials on your tail, and they can actually step up and watch what you're doing. So if it feels like you are breaking into a sprint, they would be close behind, but for my money's worth, the two front runners will just keeping it together. They are doing everything right for the time being, and left to be seen how well they can finish off in this event. So more power there to young Lee Kin Wah if he can hold his own. Still on his tail, as I said earlier, it's Lee Yifeng of Victoria School who is now a close second, and the officials do have their eyes trained on both these two lads, because remember, it's still about keeping in that line. It's still about not stepping out of that line, and it's still about having the right technique and sticking to the rules. So what a race this young lad has actually walked today. It's an absolute marvel, isn't it? Lee Kin Wah started off very, very strong for Hua Chong, and here's the thing that you haven't seen with any of the athletes today who've just gone about their business without turning back. Lee Kin Wah has kept a check on his closest challenger through the entire race. He's glanced behind more than 100 times from the left to the right, but he has managed to keep his own, and it looks like he will bring this home in a very, very commanding manner. Absolutely fantastic performance here from Lee Kin Wah of Hua Chong, who takes the first spot, and he is followed, of course, right there by two other contestants, including Lee Yifeng, who was right on his tail. And these lads, of course, are good mates, as you know. So Lee Yifeng right behind him, and we will find out how these lads have finished in the top 4 positions. Do stay with us as we confirm the results for you. Remember, we also have the 1500 meters race walk C Division girls victory ceremony and the 1500 meters race walk B Division girls victory ceremony, and I'm going to leave that into the safe hands of my good man Ross, who will take you through it. So that happens later on. We also have the 3000 meters race walk B Division boys final coming up. It's all happening right here at the Singapore National Stadium, and we are as delighted as you are to be part of it.
Let's give it up for our final finishes as our race walkers take to the finishing line. Well done, boys. Results will be out on the big screen shortly. In the meantime, do remember to catch the live stream of the races on YouTube. And all you need to do is to search for Singapore Athletics. That's SPORE Athletics.
And there we have it, Lee Kit Wah. What a race he walked, representing Hwa Chong Institution, finishing at the top of the heap with 8 minutes 01.59. He really did have a very good race. We've got the B Division boys, 3,000 meters walk race that's going to hit the tracks in just a little bit. And well, we've also got the women's open final in the triple jump that will also take place around the same time. So do stay with us as we keep you abreast of all that's happening right here on the track and on field.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the introduction to the triple jump women's open final. Representing Hwa Chong Institution College, Tong Tu Han. And representing Malaysia, Nurul Abbas. Good luck to our triple jumpers in the women's open final.
Well, you did hear our contestants for the women's open final in the triple jump. Zong Chu Han of Hwa Chong Institution College and Nurul Abbas of Malaysia. Well, they will get underway with their event. And while we do that, let's get you acquainted, of course, very soon with our 3,000 meters race walk contestants. It's going to be interesting to watch what happens in that because we are looking at the B Division boys final. And remember, the B Division, the lads are fairly fast, so it will be interesting to watch this contest.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the introduction to the 3,000 meters race walk B Division Boys Final. From Raffles Institution, Wilbert Lai. From Hwa Chong Institution, Ko Zan Chong. From Anglo-Chinese School Independent, Yun Se Young. From Hwa Chong Institution, Xiao Li Chia. From ACS Independent, Aiden Tay. From ACS Independent, Lu Shen Yu. From Victoria School, Tristan Go. From Hwa Chong Institution, Lee Kun Kai. From North Vista Secondary School, Brandon Pun. From Catholic High School, Alfred Chong. From Catholic High, Damien Kwek. From Catholic High, Chia Feng Zhou. From Victoria School, Evan Sung. From Yishun Secondary School, Parthiban Sarvesh. From Tanjong Katong Secondary, Abdul Martin Muhammad Nazir. And from North Vista Secondary School, Marcus Ong.
The boys, B Division 3,000 meters race walk will kick in just a little bit. And of course, Ross ran you through every single lad that is taking part in the race. We've got 16 contestants in there. Remember, good representation for Anglo-Chinese School Independent. They've got 3 athletes in there. Catholic High School have got 3 athletes in there. North Vista Secondary School have got 2 athletes in there. And, well, Victoria School have got 2 athletes in there. Hwa Chong have got 2 athletes in there. So very good representation for the schools. The only odd man out, and I'd keep my eyes on them, on 2 of them actually, is Yishun Secondary School and Tanjong Katong Secondary School, also Raffles, who have just single representations here today. But interesting to figure out what happens in this race. So we've had 2 packs of lads, one starting on the inner lane and one on the outer lane. And the reason for that is, well, they do have markers. They do have markers in between that do separate, well, the lads. And there's a reason for that, because do keep in mind the fact that at a certain point of time, it all culminates together and all will be back on track at the same pace. That's a good bit of math that goes into that when, you know, officials have to set that. And they do that when there are too many contestants. And that's exactly what I mean. Because remember, the inner lads always have an advantage as compared to the outer, who start a little further down the line. So here it is now, all the lads back on track as we are concerned. And right there in the lead, in front, it is young Zhao Chia of Catholic High School, who is, well, walking his way in front of the pack. So right in the grueling mix here, as far as we are concerned, the B Division boys, 3,000 meters walk continues, and it certainly looks like the lad who took the lead fairly early is just holding his own. Can he do it for the entire stretch of the race? That's a big question. That's Chia Feng Zhao of Catholic High School Secondary. He is still very much in the lead. He's got a comfortable pace on him. Remember, the record to beat here today, of course, is an interesting one, because keep in mind the fact that this event, of course, has records waiting to be set. So that's going to be a big one, and if somebody does set a record here today, it will stand. So the 3,000 meters race walk B Division boys final is underway, and it looks like if he can hold it together, then young Zhao Jia certainly has a chance to do well. While this event is ongoing, let's not forget we've got the triple jump women's open final that is happening simultaneously. We also will have the 1,500 meters race walk for boys ceremony that'll follow after that. And then not to forget, we've got the 10,000 meters open women's final. And just as we are talking about it, we've got a strong challenger coming up here in the walk. And haven't seen too many of our athletes wearing shades, but always delighted to see that happening. The future looks bright. I got to wear shades. Well, that would be the motto. And talking about that, we've got a strong challenger coming up here in the 3,000 meters walk. It's Lu Xuan Yu of Anglo-Chinese School Independent. And yes, he has taken the lead. Well, it does look bright for him, this race, and if he can hold it together, he might just about see himself across the finish line, because he's now taken the lead from young Zhao Jiafeng. A very quick reminder that in case you are catching the action with us, this of course is the 83rd Singapore Open Track and Field Championship 2023. We do have a whole lot of finals lined up for you tomorrow as well, and all those relays that we had heats for, we are going to see those finals will take shape tomorrow. And do keep in mind the fact that we've got still a few endurance races that will remain, but today of course is the big one coming up for us, and I'm going to be very, very keenly interested in watching that. We've got 7 contestants in the fray for that, and in the women's open final category, it's going to be the 10,000 meters. I will be keeping my eyes glued on that race. But as we talk about that, the 3,000 meters boys B division final is underway. You've got 2 lads in there, including Anglo-Chinese schools.
The boys,
well, Lu Xuan Yu along with Zhao Chia of Catholic High School, who are leading the pack.
And we are in the thick of the action. Do remember to log in and find us on YouTube by searching Singapore Athletics, SPORE Athletics, and you will catch the live stream with commentary on YouTube. And don't forget to hashtag SGOpen23 if you are taking videos and pictures and upload them onto your social media platforms. The shouts and the screams from the supporters in the stands can be heard loudly, but I think the supporters can do a better job. Come on, supporters, let's support your teams.
So it's down to over 10 minutes while the triple jump of course continues. Sheer power here from Nurul Abbas. And what a jump that is. Absolutely delightful, like a gazelle in the air. She's done well. We've got the open category. Two contestants in there. Hwa Chong Institution Colleges. Zong Chu Han, and of course from Malaysia it's Nurul Abbas. Interesting here to watch these two athletes, but just as we see it for now, well, we do have one stylistic walker who even got a bit of, well, liquid just to refresh himself during that walk. And I do love that style. It is Anglo-Chinese School's Lu Xuan Yu who is right there in the lead. And behind him, of course, pushing him back into second position, it's now Chia Feng Zhao of Catholic High School, who did lead much of this race. He's still in second position. But excellent walk here that we're looking at from young Lu Xuan Yu. And he certainly looks like he's delighted and happy as well while he's walking. But left to be seen between these two lads who will claim the spoils. While all that's going on, we do have a young Marcus Ong Ping Rong of North Vista Secondary School going about his walk as per normal.
Women's Open Finals, where two of our competitors are battling it out for podium.
Well, hats off to this young lad. One stylistic walker. I've seen shades being pulled out just twice in the last 2 days, yesterday and today. And to see it from one of the younger lads, well, it's quite entertaining, isn't it? You've got to hand it to this young lad. He's got style. He's got a bit of a swag, and he's finally got rid of those glasses, getting into, well, that last bit of the race. This is one sheer entertainer. He's certainly playing to the gallery. There's no doubt about it, and he's putting on a performance at the same time. Well, something to watch and something to take heart from. It's not just always about, taking part in a sport seriously, but it's also about enjoying it. It's also about what you can bring to the table. I don't know if you remember the late Florence Griffith Joyner brought an elegance, a style, and a fashion to the sport that was never existent in sprinting ever before. And then, of course, you had, well, other lads who've come in with their own styles. Usain Bolt with his victory sign, which is still used. We saw it with so many of our contestants here today. But in fear now of losing that spot unless he paces himself out, I think he could very well feel the breath of Chia Feng Zhao on him, and Lu Xuan Yu of Anglo-Chinese School just once again stretching himself out a little bit more. And that's an interesting bit. That's what you really need to do. You need to find out how you can keep your own in this race. And the moment you feel your challenger closing in on you, you again separate yourself. You put in that maximum effort. You kick as hard as you can, and the harder the kick, the harder, of course, will be the finish and the fruits of the spoil. You do, of course, have a little bit of well, cautions coming in every now and then, and you will very clearly see that the officials will keep their eyes on you, especially when it comes to two things. Well, keeping yourself in check, not overstepping that line, and more importantly, making sure that you do not break into a sprint at any point of time. There is, of course, help there in terms of water in case you need to actually just rehydrate a little bit. Most athletes, of course, wouldn't drink, just take a sip and pour the rest on themselves. And that is, of course, to refresh yourself. Greatest form of really bringing yourself back alive, and doctors have proven it of late, isn't it, is to actually go to a sink and splash water on your face, and it gives you the sense of diving, the sense of new life, the sense of resurgence in a way. And that explains why athletes will pour, room temperature water on themselves when they are in a walk or sometimes even in a marathon. It really helps. Believe you me, it works. Tried, tested, and tried again. Well, here we are back to the race. It's now 14.5 minutes in. We've still got these two lads, and it certainly looks like it's going to be a tough battle between them. Now Zhao trying to reclaim the lead, but once again it is Lu Xuan Yu who's got ahead, and this is what you wanted to see. You wanted to see a race that would go down to the wire, and right there in those final moments it looks like the Anglo-Chinese School independent athlete is stretching himself away. He's worked hard for it, and he wants this win. There's no doubt about it. There's a great amount of conviction. There's a great amount that you can see as far as he's concerned in terms of his, well, perseverance. He wants that medal, and he wants it desperately. And this is what defines an athlete. It really is your hunger for the win. Call him stylistic, call him an entertainer. Well, he certainly has done a great job here today, and for my money, one of the finer races that we have seen in the entire day. After we started off with that 10,000 meter super walk, and we had a Malaysian athlete who gave us such a fantastic run. There was Srivan Tan. Now we move on, of course, to this young lad, and that's Lu Xuan Yu of Anglo-Chinese School Independent, who is breaking everything in his path just to get to the top. I said this earlier, do love his swagger, do love his style, and he's certainly been a delight to watch. Pushing back young Chia Feng Zhao into second position, and it's now just those moments that really matter. And here's where the officials will have to keep a very close watch on your movement, because they know you want to finish the race fast, you know that you want to get it over and done with, and that's when they watch you very closely. But that's excellent form and a great walk that we're looking at. A fantastic race that will be finished by the Anglo-Chinese School Independent athlete. Absolutely marvelous. Lu Xuan Yu, a winner all the way. He's taken it in style, and finishing second, it's Chia Feng Zhao of Catholic High School. What a race this was. What a fabulous race. And it looks like a battle for third could also be well there in the offing. Two lads locked in battle there. What a showing we are looking at from these young athletes. It was Xiao Li Chia and his teammate. Well, these lads are from Hwa Chong Institution. Also strong rivals, Raffles, Hwa Chong, Anglo-Chinese. There's always a great amount of rivalry between these teams.
Who have completed. And our final finishes are coming into the home stretch. Well done, walkers.
We're just waiting for our last few athletes to come in. Well, bringing up the tail end of the race, of course, it is Abdul Mateen of Tanjong Katong Secondary. He's still got about half a lap to go, so we will wait for our young athlete to come in. Remember, these young athletes deserve the maximum amount of encouragement, because it never is an easy task for them. Well, very easy when you're actually probably studying and you're a gamer, or you're studying and you get out for recreation sport. But when you have dedicated focus sport and you're representing your school, your college or your university, you have to juggle studies at the same time, and you also have to juggle a little bit of me time. So there's a lot of sacrifice that is made by these young athletes, where they sacrifice time to just go out and play with their friends, or to just game or do whatever, and they actually focus on two things: studies and athletic performance. So hats off to these lads. It always is a tough act to juggle or to balance. So there we see it. Lu Xuan Yu, of course, his timing's up, 16 minutes and 20.02. Chia Feng Zhao of Catholic High School coming in, well, second with 16 minutes 27.90, and Hwa Chong's Xiao Li Chia coming in with third position, 16 minutes 45.57. Here we have young Abdul Mateen. He's still giving it his all, and more power to him. You never know, these lads sometimes finish well towards the rear end, and soon they become winners, and that's really what sport is all about, isn't it? It's great discipline. So we also have a fourth place finish from Anglo-Chinese School's Yun Se Young 16 minutes 45.78. Remember, we've got the Women's Open final triple jump that's happening simultaneously, and while we have our two really excellent athletes taking part in that, we've got the 10,000 meters Women's Open final, which kicks in just a little bit, and there's 7 contestants in there. And more importantly, after that, it's going to be the Men's Open final in the triple jump, and that'll pretty much cap off our events for the day. So don't go anywhere. We've still got 2 mega events coming your way, and I'm really excited about the next one, which is the 10,000 meters Women's Open final, because you've got a couple of stars in there that we've seen take part in many of these, including, well, Lotkeo Intakuman. She's a really, really pleasant young athlete. It represents Team Laos, and we're going to see her for action the 3rd time around. She's been on the podium twice already.
This will be the introduction to the 10,000 meter Women Open final. Representing Laos, Lotkeo Intakuman. Representing Singapore, Shufflers, Mayra Nikam Lao. Representing Latic Butts, Bernice Tan. And representing Cougar Athletics, Ng Yu Chiu.
So 4 ladies there in the fray. This is the long distance run. It's the 10,000 meters. It can be very daunting. It's the Women's Open final, and here our ladies have taken off. We've got the favorite now in Singapore from Laos, Lotkeo Intakuman. She's a pleasant young athlete. She's certainly won the hearts of a lot of people here over a period of time. We've seen her many times over. You also got Nikom Loeb of Singapore Shufflers, and along with a Bernie Stun of Lactic Buds and Cougar Athletics Ang Yu Chio. So you've got 4 athletes in there. It's a long race, so brace yourself for it. Remember, it's 10,000 meters. It's not easy. And Inter Command right out there in front with Meyer. What will be the outcome of this race? Well, 4 athletes and anything could happen. The record for this, of course, was set by Mint Ai of Myanmar, and that was way back in 2019. The record was 38 minutes, 46 seconds, 37.
4 strong, fast runners on to their 10,000 meters journey.
We've got the victory ceremony coming up in just a little bit, so do brace yourself for it. We're going to have, well, the pole vault victory ceremony which will take place. And more importantly, we've also got the C girls, the C division girls victory ceremony and the B division girls victory ceremony, which will take place as well. It's all happening right here, and that, of course, we're talking about is the 1500 meters race walk. So my man Ross will take you through the prize presentation while we continue with our race here. It is Inter Command being tailed by Mayer in this 10,000 meter run. Never really easy. It's always going to be strong, and we will find out who finishes queen of the heap here today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to focus your attention at the victory ceremony podium. We will be presenting the awards and medals to the 1500 meter race walk C division girls. To present the medals, Mr. Robin Goh, Lead Organizing Secretary for NSG Track and Field Championship. In 4th position, Crescent Girls Secondary, Carice Cole. In 3rd position, Cedar Girls, Faith Ling. In 2nd position, from Raffles Girls, Clarice Ng Sichin. And your champion from Cedar Girls, Jermaine Goh Yingting. Congratulations, girls. And now for the C Boys pole vault. I beg your pardon, for the 1500 meter C division boys. In 4th position, Catholic High, Lo Shan Yi. In 3rd position, Hua Chong Institution's Wesley Tao. In 2nd position, Victoria Schools, Li Yi Feng. And your champion from Hua Chong Institution, Lee Kin Hwa. Big congratulations to our winners. Well done, boys. And now, the C Division Boys Pole Vault. In fourth position, Hwa Chong Institution, Terence Neo. In third position, from Raffles Institution, Darian Ko. In second position, Victoria Schools, Caden Ho. And your champion, Victoria School, Jiang Yun Fan. I would like to thank our presenter, Mr. Robin Goh, for giving out the medals. Thank you, sir, and congratulations to all winners.
Well, with our entire, well, prize presentations, and you know, every single athlete has to earn the fruits of his labor, and those medals really are what it is. Back to the race right now in the 10,000 meters, and as we can see, it is still Lotkeo in the command along with Mair Nikam Alawab, who is still running well ahead of the pack. So these two ladies, it looks like the race might be just down to them. Having said that, it's only 7 minutes in. Remember, the record held in this race is for 38 minutes 46 seconds .37. So it's anyone's race to win here, given that period of time. Difficult to count, but I do, I've been very delighted watching a young Inthukkuman. She's one of those really happy athletes, brings a bit of joy right to the podium. She's been on it twice, could be a third time today, but a strong challenge here in Mair from Singapore Shufflers. So it's interesting to see which among these ladies will cap it off and become queen of the heap in today's race. Just keeping you abreast of the race as Lotko Inthappan, well, has taken the lead here in the 10,000 meters women's. She's got Mair Nikamlaob in second position of Singapore Shufflers. She did fall back a little bit. Mair was actually tailing her. So it's going to be interesting to see how this race finishes. 10,000 meters is a long one. Only 11 or 12 minutes still done. We've still got a long bit of time, a long period of time to go. Remember, 38 minutes, 46 seconds, 0.37 is the record to beat here.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, spectators, supporters who are in the stands, watch out for our next event, which will be happening very soon. It will be the triple jump open men category, and not forgetting the victory ceremonies for the various events that has concluded. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have a bit of time. Let us all have a little fun. And some of you in the stands, all you need to do to look at the big screen. If you are featured on the big screen, let's flex those muscles. Here we go. Give a little wave. Flex them muscles. Look at the camera. Drop that phone and flex your muscle. Here's looking at you. Flex them muscles. Stand up and flex them muscles. That is awesome. Well done. She's got muscles. Oh, those are big guns. Don't be shy. Thank you, supporters and spectators. You've done absolutely fantastic.
So the action continues right here at the National Stadium in Singapore, where we, of course, are on second day of this amazing event, which is the 83rd Singapore Open Track and Field Championships 2023. Time for us, of course, to look at these wonderful spectators and supporters that we've had. They're a sprightly bunch, really entertaining, and it's going to be back down to that 10,000-meter race that was being run. Remember, Lotkio, Inthkuman, and Amir were locked in a battle, but Inthkuman just stretching it away for Team Laos. We did get a look at the team as well in the stands a while back. Remember, the record to be broken here is 38 minutes, 46 seconds, .37. Will that be broken today? Well, your guess is as good as mine. You've got 4 athletes in the fray. There's still a good bit of time left, and it really is about stamina. It really is about strength here in this particular race. So while our supporters soak in the magic, we will stay and keep tabs on the race. 17 minutes in, and we are still running.
Have another bit of fun. No more flexing. It's all about quenching your thirst with Pocari Sweat. Just like how you do it with the Merlion. Let's do it with a bottle of Pocari Sweat. That is how you do it. Get quenched with Pocari Sweat. Open your mouth and let your thirst be quenched with Pocari Sweat. Tilt your head, open your mouth, and let it quench your thirst. Get your shots of Pocari Sweat. Let Pocari Sweat flow into the mouth. Stop talking and get your thirst quenched with Pocari Sweat, sir. Here we go. Fancy a drink? Let us quench your thirst. Team Malaysia, come on! You guys have been fantastic. That's how you do it. Well done. You guys have been fantastic. Thank you very much. Back to the race, the 10,000 meters Women's Open Finals.
Let's get you connected back again to what's happening right here in the race. Remember, this is the big one. It is the 10,000 meters that we're looking at. We are going to have, of course, the victory ceremony very soon, which will kick in for a couple of races that did take place earlier. But let's not forget that while we talk about that, the 10,000 meters will still be running. And the reason for that is because these ladies have put in so much into that prep. We've got the triple jump for women victory ceremony. We've also got the high jump for men victory ceremony and the 3,000 meters race walk B division boys victory ceremony. But for now, what a delight it is. Really poetry in motion to watch young Lotkeo Inthapkuman leading the way in the 10,000 meters women's open final. While we wait for the victory ceremony, let's also keep you in the loop that Mair Nikam Laob of Singapore Shufflers is running a second best in this race so far. There's still a good bit of time left. It's 24 minutes in, and Inthapkuman, poetry in motion, literally, she's kept that same run. She's kept it simple. She's kept it going. And I said this earlier, she's been a delightful athlete to watch from Laos. Very dedicated. You've seen her finish on the podium before, and it looks like she missed out on winning, well, the top spot yesterday. But today, it certainly looks like she's going to have a slice of payback here. And it's sweet redemption for her if she can hold it together.
At the victory ceremony podium. This will be the victory ceremony for the 1,500 meters walk, race walk, B division girls. Mr. Robin Goh will be presenting the medals. Fourth place from National Junior College, Lucinda Phua. In third position, Cedar Girls, Caitlin Chiam. Second position from Raffles Girls School, Suzanne Tan. And your champion from Cedar Girls, Lin Zijing. Congratulations, girls. A job well done. And now, the prize, the victory ceremony for the 3,000 meter race walk B division boys. In fourth position from Anglo-Chinese School Independent, Yun Se Young. In third position from Hwa Chong Institution, Xiao Li Chia. In second position from Catholic High, Chia Feng Zhou. And your champion from Anglo-Chinese School Independent, Lu Shen Yu. Congratulations to all winners, and thank you to Mr. Robin Goh for giving away the medals.
Back to the action on the track, and here is Lotkeo Inthapkuman of Laos still leading the way, and it certainly looks like she's going to cap it off with a win. Remember, she missed out on that top place finish, although she made the podium on 2 occasions, so it's going to be very interesting to see what she can do here today. We've still got one more event left, and that of course is the triple jump final for men's open category, and that of course will cap off our day's action. But for now, what an event it has been Lot Kyo Intakuman, Mair Nikamlaob, and let me also mention the other two ladies, Bernice Tan for Lactic Buds and Ang Yo Chio for Cougar Athletics. We've got 4 athletes in the fray. Remember, it's the 10,000 meters that we are talking about, and while we are at it, we've got the lads warming up for the men's triple jump. So it's been a day full of activity. You've got Mair Nikamlaob, who's still tailing, well, Lot Kyo Intakuman, and interesting to see what exactly will happen in this very race. But this Laotian athlete, hats off to her. What a stride, what a flow, and she's really kept her rhythm for this entire length of the race. It's only 28 minutes, glances at the watch, she knows that she's still got a bit more to go, and she will keep at it. So interesting times for us here. Very quickly, also wanted to remind you of what you can expect, you know, going ahead in tomorrow's events. We've got a lot planned for you. So in case you are in and around the area, you want to catch the action, then always a good thing. Or you could just, you know, go to YouTube and look for Spore Athletics. And that, of course, is short form for Singapore. So it's SPORE Athletics. You can actually watch the live, well, coverage of this event. You can even relive the moments of it in case you've got, well, friends or family or even, you know, offsprings taking part in the event, and you want to actually check them out. Just go to Spore Athletics, that is Singapore, or SPORE Athletics. Now, for the next part of it, did promise you that I was going to give you a bit of a teaser of what you can expect tomorrow, and this is really interesting because we've got a few events lined up, and let me run you through well, a couple of them. So we've got the 100 meters finals, a women open, the 100 meters finals men's open, the 100 meters finals C girls division final, the 100 meters B girls division final, and the 100 meters A girls division final. We said we'd save the best for last, and we certainly have. We've also got the pole vault final in the men's open, and that of course will be followed by the high jump final in the B boys division, C boys division 100 meters, B boys division 100 meters, and the A boys division 100 meters finals. There are also going to be 1500 meters finals in the B boys division, A girls division, and the A boys division. Then there'll be the 4 into 100 meters women's open event and the 4 into 100 meters men's open event. Remember, we had the mixed one today. And then, of course, the big ones follow. The 4 into 100 meters relay. We'll have the finals for the C girls, the B girls division, A girls, C girls for the B boys, and the A boys division. And then, of course, we will have the 4 into 400 meters finals for the C girls division. And then we've got all the big ones lined up, including the 4 into 400 meters for the B girls division, the A girls division, the C boys division, the B boys division, and the A boys division. And that will be finished off with all the victory ceremonies. So it's really a lot that you can expect on the menu tomorrow. And I did promise you it's all going to be chock-a-block action. It's going to be a long day, and we're really excited about it. I did say this earlier. We really regret that we couldn't bring this to you on Saturday as well, because next year if we pack in more athletes, we'll probably pack in another day. But for now, tomorrow, don't forget to join us for the action. As of now, and the current situation, it's still Intakuman who's leading the way here. But now, as we've noticed, of course, you do have Mair Nikamlaob, who's just behind her. Did she catch up? I believe not. I believe that actually it is Intakuman who's actually run pretty much a full circle. So stay with us. Still a couple of minutes more to go in this 10,000 meters women's open final. And as we near the finish line, it's only going to get more exciting. It's down to our last lap for young Lotkeo Intakuman. She has led this race beautifully, very elegantly and gracefully, and it's been a delight to watch her. And as she gets into those last few bits of the race, it'll be interesting to see how the second finishes, and that's Maher, who's right behind her.
In the 10,000 meters Women's Open.
So bringing up the rear end, of course, we've got two more athletes there. That's Bernice Tan, followed by Ang Gyu Chio. Bernice Tan does race for Lactic Buds, while Ang Gyu Chio is a part of Cougar Athletics. But what a run from this young lady. We've seen her before, we've seen her today, and we'll see her tomorrow as well. Remember in that mixed open category relay, what a race we saw earlier with Laos really putting on a show. And what a fine, well, race this has turned out to be for young Lotkeo Intakuman.
Congratulations.
Absolutely delightful, wonderful race. And she's always got a smile on her face, and that's what we love about her. Pretty much become a favorite with the crowd here. We've seen her before as well. An excellent athlete, and hats off to her. She's finally pulled off a win. Did miss out on the podium finish twice.
Our 10,000 meter women runner from Laos, Lotkeo Intakuman,
Now Maher
has finished
Nikam
her race.
Loib comes in next. She too has been a gutsy performer. She's kept her form. She's in excellent shape. She's been running for a long period of time for Singapore Shufflers. So she will finish as runners-up here.
The final
She's got
lap
another lap
for
to go,
Singapore
and that's exactly what happened. It was Maher who was right behind Intakuman for most part of the race, and then Intakuman just stretching it away off the chasing pack. And that's the beauty of this race. She ran a full circle around Maher before she finished, but more power here to the Singapore Shufflers athlete as she powers on. We've still got two ladies left behind, and Ang Gyu Chio of Cougar Athletics has actually taken the lead over Bernice Tan of Lactic Buds, which is quite interesting. We will, of course, see, remember, it's not just the first and the second, there's the third place finish as well. So these two ladies will battle it out for that. And we are staying with you till we find out how they finish. Excellent form here from young Maher. She's got a great running style, but she did, of course, lose out to that exuberance and, of course, stamina from Lotkeo Intakuman earlier.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, especially going out to all our spectators in the stands, thank you very much for staying with us. Coming up next will be our final event for the second day of championship. It's the triple jump men open final.
And while young Maher Nikam Loib comes in to finish her end of the race, she'll finish as runners-up.
Second lady completing her race. That's Singapore Shufflers Maher Nikam Loib. Congratulations.
So what a race run by Maher as well. And very quickly, let's remind you that Lotkeo Intakuman, who's finished with 37 minutes 24.85, tops the championship record that was set earlier. And that is wonderful when you think about it, because it was Mint Mint Ai of Myanmar who set the record in 2019.
The final day of competition in the 83rd Singapore Track and Field Championships 23.
So just to reflect, Mint Mint Ai of Myanmar finishing off there with 38 minutes, 46.37 minutes, and this was in 2019. So a new record has been set in the championship today by a Laos athlete, or the Laotian athlete, the Lotkeo Intakuman, with 37 minutes, 24.85. So she's not just won a few hearts. As I said, she's been a delightful athlete to watch. She does take part in every single event with a great amount of passion, and today she ran a race that will be remembered for some time to come, or till the time that that record can be shattered. Now the battle for third place still rages on with Cougar Athletics' Ang Yu Chio and Bernie Stan of Lactic Buds. It is Bernie Stan who's of course trailing right behind the Cougar Athletics athlete.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for the Triple Jump Open Women's.
So the Women's Triple Jump Open category, well, prize presentation will get underway.
Our presenter, Lien Chun Lien, President of Singapore Athletics, to present the medals. The Triple Jump Women's Open category. In second position from Hwa Chong Institution, Zhong Chu Han. She has set a new national record. Congratulations. And your champion from Malaysia, Nurul Ashikin Abbas. Congratulations, ladies. Well done. And now, the victory ceremony for the High Jump Men's Open. Please welcome your champions.
The victory ceremony for the Men's High Jump Open category will follow. Well, do stay with us as our good mate Ross takes you through it.
In third position, from Singapore, Brandon Heng Fu Hong. In second position, representing Malaysia, Pharrell Glenn Felix Jurus. And your champion, Muhammad Islan Dahlan from Malaysia. Congratulations, gentlemen, and a job well done. Thank you to Mr. Lien Chun Lien, the President of Singapore Athletics, for giving away the medals.
And it's pretty much our last lap here for these two, well, exuberant athletes. We're talking about Bernie Stan and Ang Yu Chio.
10,000 meters women's open final. Our final two ladies have got one last lap to go. They seem to be pacing each other. That's Bernie Stan and Ang Yu Chio.
So this 10,000 meters, of course, finish will be followed by the men's open final in the triple jump. And we've had, well, an action-packed day here today. It's going to be interesting to see what we can expect, well, in the next event as well. I did give you a rundown or a teaser of all that was coming up tomorrow. Remember, don't forget to join us. And in case you want to catch us on YouTube, you just got to type out Spore Athletics.
And
that
here
is a short
they
form
come,
for Singapore.
our final
so
two finishers in the 10,000 meters. Let's give it up for both of them.
So here we go. It certainly looks like, well, Bernie Stan, who was trailing, well, Ang Chio for almost Well, I'd say the last 2 laps has now taken the lead, and the Lactic Buds athlete wants to get that 3rd place finish, and yes, she does. And no problems at all
Fantastic
here.
performances all around. These 2 ladies deserve our round of applause.
Well, 10,000 meters, and if you asked me whether I'd be able to complete that, I don't think so. Not in my wildest dreams, but I do have 2 good mates of mine who've put it on their bucket list. As I said, that's Max and Roz. They've decided to run the event next year, and I'll be covering it from my microphone right here. So it'll be fairly interesting to watch them in action. Having said that, probably one of the most grueling events here today. You've got the 10,000 meter walk, which of course happens to be tough enough. But when it comes to the run, even though it's shorter, the expenditure of energy and stamina, of course, is just a great amount. Don't forget the impact on your knees and your hips as well every time you hit that track. So we've got one more event coming up for you, and then we've got the prize presentation, of course, for the 10,000 meters women's and for the triple jump men's, but that follows at the end of our session today. So do stay with us as the action continues right here at the Singapore National Stadium. This is the 83rd Singapore Open Track and Field Championship
Ladies
2023, and
we
we've
are
still
down
got
to
one
our
event
final
and one more day to go.
Today. This is the triple jump men's open final. From Wings Athletics Club, Arnav Kapil. Representing Wings Athletics Club, Isaac Tan. Representing Wings Athletic Club, Gabriel Lee. Representing Club Zoom, Brandon Ting. And representing Malaysia, Andre Anura. Good luck to all our triple jumpers.
Just a quick recap of our athletes. We've got 5 in the fray here for the men's triple jump open category final. Arnav Kapil of Wings Athletics Club. Joining him are 2 other teammates, Isaac Tan and Gabriel Lee. You also got Brandon Ting of Club Zoom and Andre Anura of Malaysia. So that is 5 contestants in the fray. Our last event for day 2 of this event. Day 2 of this championship and this track and field contest, which of course brings out the best in our athletes. Let's not forget the open categories have always included athletes from right outside Singapore as well. But as far as the younger athletes are concerned, it's always straight down to whatever's being done with the schools, and it's a part of the national school games. So wonderful athletes that we've seen from the different schools, pro level. And if you don't believe me, I was a part of the entire rugby contest that took place, in the bowl finals, and it was just outstanding to watch. Many of the lads from school, the athletes, put on pro performances. So do stay with us for the last event as the triple jump gets underway. Arnav Kapil getting ready to take his first jump. Remember, we can't give you the length or the distance, till the time we've actually finished off the entire contest. But we are going to give you a view of our lads in action. Steady run from Arnav Kapil. Just falling a tad bit short. And he knows that. Wasn't too delighted with his jump. And a quick word there from his coach. Remember, the coaches will always tell you about a couple of things. One, of course, is your takeoff and how exactly you land, where you plan to jump, and of course keeping a focus on the final destination. If you believe you can reach it, remember there's always a chance that you will. Isaac Tan of Wings Athletics Club, who's Arnav's teammate, comes up next. He's got a quick run. So just following Isaac Tan through. It's pretty much that part where you have to figure out, well, how much you can actually scale in the triple jump. Remember, the distance is never the only thing. There's also the technique that does matter. There's also the skill involved in exactly how you plan your jump. And just faltering there with the second jump. A bit unfortunate here for Gabriel Lee. Also of Wings Athletics. And just losing a tad bit of focus there when he was moving into that jump. Remember, it doesn't augur too well for your points at the end of the day. Getting ready now, it's Brandon Thing of Club Zoom. Well, just planning his jump. And it's always about gauging, well, the distance that you want to traverse. That's why, well, most, well, jumpers, whether it's in the triple or the long jump, will lean back and get a view, a clear sight of that sandpit. And just a few words there from their respective coaches for the lads. Remember, the triple and the long jump do have a lot of, well, measurements to be taken there by the officials. Now moving on to take his position, it's Andre Anura of Malaysia. But just getting ready to power himself through. Got a different stance. He's a quick runner. And he'll be satisfied with that jump. Well, actually a decent enough finish coming from Andre Anura here today. His coach having a quick word with him. And it's really about that spring that you take after you create a good bit of velocity in a way, isn't it? And if you can pull it together, then what a finish you can achieve. Here's Arnav Kapil, who comes in next. Wasn't too thrilled about his first jump, but there's always, well, a second chance. And there's always a chance for you to better your previous performance. Arnav Kapil just getting ready to take the jump here. That's his second effort for the day. So still the contest open here, and it's anyone's to win or lose. Keep in mind the fact that we are in the midst of the triple jump and getting ready next. It's going to be, well, Isaac Tan of Wings Athletics Club. As Isaac gets ready to take his next effort. Arnav Kapil wasn't, well, too thrilled with his. Well, not the most fanciest, and he does know it. Could have done a tad bit better. But as far as we are concerned, we've still got a lot of, well, lads left to prove their worth. Gabriel Lee, who missed out on his chance previously. It's interesting to see what he can come up with. There's Brandon Thing, and then Andre Anura, who is looking to be the contestant to beat in this contest. He's got a massive run. He packs in the pace and packs in a good amount of lift and power in that jump. So it will be interesting to see whether he can actually cap off the top win here. It's on to Gabriel Lee. Redemption for him. Well, gave up the first jump after he shied away from it. Slight faltering there, but more power to him for this effort. The triple jump will always bring its fair share of challenges. There's so much to keep in mind, especially when you're going in for the main lift. The direction, how centered are you? How much of spring can you get in that step? And Gabriel Lee taking the jump. It's just a bit unfortunate that he missed out the first time around. He knows he's done fairly well. He's a good athlete, and that's finally joy for him. So Gabriel Lee of Wings Athletics, well, gets a bit of payback and a smile back on his face as well. He's all pumped up now. It's over to Brandon Thing of Club Zoom. And the path cleared here for takeoff. Brandon Thing will get a clear view of the destination. Getting a proper sight of that sandpit where his mark should be. And it's going to be tough to, well, actually call this, but that's what the officials specialize in, isn't it? They know where that first step occurred better than anyone else. So the lads just, well, going in for their next efforts. And I must say, young Gabriel Lee, who was so disappointed with that first effort of his, well, just got a smile back on his face. So it's very interesting. Remember, we've still got 2 victory ceremonies to follow after the triple jump. So do stay with us. Don't go anywhere till it's over. You've been with us all day, and thank you for that. Well, setting now his work into action, here's Andre Anura of Team Malaysia. Had a very strong jump first. As I said, he's got a good bit of power in that run and that lift. And looking to better his first performance. I don't know whether he did, but it certainly looks like, well, he's just got a slight niggle there in his foot, but he should be all right. We'll have a word with his coach as well. It's Arnav Kapil who lines up for his next jump. Arnav Kapil looking to stretch it here. He's got to better what he did with his first 2 jumps if he wants to stay, well, in the running to win. And not the best job, just that split at the end, losing his rhythm and losing his form with that jump. Had 2, well, fairly decent jumps earlier. Didn't really, well, raise any eyebrows, but this time, and that's what the coach seems to be telling him, it's all about that flow and how smooth you keep it. Remember, if a jump is jerky, that's fine, but the run, no matter how powerful or no matter how fast, it has to be smooth. Slight faltering there towards the end, probably when he took the jump, and then that split in the air before he could land into the sandpit. Now here's Isaac Tan, and he had his moment as well. Happens to the best of athletes in the triple jump. So Isaac Tan of Wings Athletics Club also going through the motions. Just what happened with Gabriel Lee earlier. So time moves on. And as it does, of course, each coach will be having a word there with his athletes to figure out what exactly they can come up with. Now here we go, a lad that missed out but came back very strong, Gabriel Lee of Wings Athletics Club. Just gauging the distance, gauging the pit where he's got to go in. And he's got his own style as well, Gabriel Lee. Well, he was pleased to punch with the first jump. This one, just a tad bit of a doubt there. So while we get ready for the next, well, jump, let's also remind you we've got the victory ceremony that'll be coming up for the 10,000 meters women and for the triple jump men as well. The triple jump men is our last event for the day as far as our, well, coverage is concerned with the voice attached to it. Do not forget we've got the Singapore Masters, of course, which follows suit, but that is something that we aren't, well, a part of, and the reason for that is, well, you do have two separate sides that are covered. One, of course, is one where you have the unendless sound of my voice, and the other one where you can just concentrate on the sport. So having said that, here goes Zoom Athletics, so that's Zoom Clubs, Brandon Ting. Well, almost went sideways for that one. So it's Brandon Ting of Club Zoom, and we've got Andre Anura of Malaysia, who delighted us with his performance. Will have to be seen when he performs. Here's Andre Anura getting ready for his next attempt. His third jump, to be precise. Picture of concentration. He knows he's got to get that spring right. He knows he's got to get the landing right. It's an unusual stance that he adopts, unlike the other, well, runners. Does pack in power with that wave of those arms. And he'll be, well, happier with this one. I do believe he's got a slight bit of a landing worry with his right foot. And I don't know whether that has to do, and that's just showing a tad bit of an injury there. And I think that's something the coach would be concerned about as well. Remember, he's got two more to go. And there he is, just checking on his right foot. It looks like a slight niggle in his ankle. And just checking in on him was Brandon Ting of Club Zoom. Well, the last thing that you'd want is any worry to the ankle region, especially it's on that landing that he's taking a bit of a, well, hit, I'd say, and he knows it. He's loosened up his, well, shoes to free up that foot. as our lads get ready to get onto the track once, back onto the field, I'd say once again. And I did mention this earlier. It looks like it's a tad bit of a worry for Andre Anura. Well, I did see him after his second jump. There was a slight limp. And right here in his third jump, well, he was in a tad bit of pain. There's no doubt about it. He's also just getting rid of all the sand because, well, he was perspiring quite a bit when he came in. And the officials just tallying the scores there, keeping a track of it. But we will get back to the next jump soon enough, so do stay with us. Here goes Arnav Kapil for the fourth time around. Arnav represents Wings Athletics Club like his other two teammates, Isaac Tan and Gabriel Lee. He too has a point to prove here today. Will be interesting to watch what he can bring to the table, but remember the two lads who've done really well were Gabriel Lee, although he missed out on his first jump, and Andre Anura. Andre of course has got a bit of a problem there with his right ankle. It was on the landing on his second and third jump. Arnav Kapil, well, we'll have to let that one go. And that's happened to 3 of our athletes here out of the 5 so far. Gabriel Lee with his first jump also did falter. And that's really on the jump. It does make a difference because the first jump and then the hop, that spring that you get in the second one will pretty much denote what's going to come the third time around. And if you have the slightest faltering in your mind, well, it changes everything. Strangely, in a conversation with a very experienced long jumper a long time back, and he said if you believe you can reach it, you will reach it, the distance that you're aiming for. But if you have the slightest doubt in your mind, you actually won't even make your normal qualification distance. So that's really mind over matter. And all along, we definitely do know that there's great physical, perfection that is needed, but that mental preparation so important. Isaac Tan, it's not going to be too happy with that. Would have liked to have scaled a bit further down the line, but he's had, well, a couple of jumps. Having said that, the fact that you have not really, missed out on a jump, well, that might make a tad bit of a difference. Now, getting ready next, it's Gabriel Lee. Remember, he gave us a fantastic second jump after missing out the first time around. Awaiting what this athlete can bring to the table. Here's Gabriel Lee. Well, he was good with his second and third attempt. He too has a unique, well, starting position, unlike the traditional lean back. It's always a small shuffle and then a quick run from him as he powers his way through. Well, just not getting that landing too perfect. Remember, it's about hitting out with your feet so that you land feet first, well, as far as you can before you prop back on your back. And it tends to be a bit of a worry if you first, well, do hit the back. Oh, that is your hip area.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the victory ceremony for the 10,000-meter Women's Open.
While the triple jump, of course, continues in the men's open category finals,
We would like to invite
we've got the
Mr.
women's
Shalindran, Deputy General Manager of Singapore Athletics, to present the medals to our victors.
10,000 meters women's open final victory ceremony is on right now, while our lads, of course, continue with their efforts in the triple jump. And my man Ross will take you through the victory ceremony.
From Team Lactic Buds, Bernice Tan. Second position from Singapore Shufflers, Myra Nikolov. And your champion from Laos, Lotkio Ithakuman. Congratulations, ladies.
Down to our, well, last jump, of course, for Arnav Kapil. He's had 4 good shots. This is the 5th one. And a shot at, well, scaling your best performance, doing it even better. And Arnav finally getting that right. Remember, he missed out on his last jump. And appreciation there from his coach. Well, if he'd got all the jumps right, Might have made a tad bit of a difference, but remember, well, that's what a contest is all about. It's about your performance on that very day. Sometimes you could be the very best. Sometimes you could be, well, one among those who did not finish at your very best. Just a kind of way of saying, well, finishing as a runners-up. Remember, there are 5 lads still in here. Arnav Kapil done. We've got Isaac Tan of Wings Athletics, who's also Arnav's teammate, and then Gabriel Lee, another Wings Athletics athlete who will take on, well, the sandpit. And that's before we get to Brandon Thing of Club Zoom and Malaysia's Andre Anura. Well, I could stand well corrected on the jumps. We will find out whether these, of course, are our last ones, just to keep track of the count. Here's Isaac Tan. Isaac Tan also just faltering there a couple of times with his, well, leap. And not his very best, and he knows it. Up next it will be Gabriel Lee. Gabriel Lee did raise the bar with his second jump. Arnav Kapil getting ready for his next jump, which could probably be the last one of the day. Powering his way through. Well, to be fair to Arnav, he has got better and stronger with each passing jump, and just kind of wondering whether that warm-up would have actually done him good. Remember, some of these jumpers, well, do take their time to actually settle down into a rhythm and to actually find their very best. It takes a couple of jumps. It's not always that you're going to tire yourself out. Remember, this is unlike the races. This is about actually that spring and that jump, and if your fitness is you know, up to the mark, you're definitely going to better your performances each time. So here we go. It's left to be seen what we can achieve with our next athlete. It's Isaac Tan of Wings Athletics Club, and it's all about being able to cover that distance or to get, well, past where your competitor has reached his furthest. So an interesting take here as Isaac Tan of Wings Athletic gets ready for his jump. This, of course, would be his 6th. And Isaac Tan once again, well, chest butterflies there on that jump, and it happens to the best of athletes. I've always said this in the triple jump and in the long jump. Just that slight doubt in your mind. Now remember, these are teammates, Isaac, Arnav, and of course Gabriel Lee. So that's pretty much their performance, well, in this event for Isaac and for Arnav. Now getting ready, it's Gabriel Lee. He's an excellent, well, jumper. And left to be seen whether he can conquer this sandpit here. We will have the results, of course, after the points are tallied right towards the end. So just getting ready. Gabriel Lee powers his way through. Then he will take the jump. He's got a slight bit of a sway in that final leap that he takes, but it will work wonders for him. And he's been very consistent after he missed out on his first jump. So quite a marvel to watch Gabriel Lee. Here's Brandon Thing of Club Zoom. He's just prepping his calves. Well, every athlete has his own ritual that he goes through before the jump, isn't it? And you pretty much know that. Sometimes it's a step in front, a step behind, a step back again. It's almost like a tango. Some adjust, well, their jersey, some their shorts, some their socks. Here's Brandon Thing. And not a bad jump at all, but it looks like he's hurt his foot, and this is one of the things that you got to be very careful about as far as the jump is concerned. It's that landing on the foot, and even though the sand cushions it, sometimes that impact can be mighty. We saw Andrea Nura go through that earlier, and here's Brandon Thing as well. That slight bit of a cramp, he's trying to loosen it up. Your muscles freezing, well, that makes a tad bit of an issue, and you want to make sure that you get rid of it. So Brandon able to get up on his own, no worries as yet. One of the things, so the unsung heroes that go, it's the lads, of course, to take care of that sandpit well, keep that level. You've got to keep that level really flat. No bumps, ups and downs, because it really matters to the athlete when they do take the jump, because the sand, one of the things that it really does is it does cushion the fall. And if, you know, there are a few, well, spots that are uneven and an athlete tends to land on a slightly deeper ditch, the damage can be quite, well, painful, if you ask me. So that's something that, you know, athletes have to watch out for all the time in this event. Having said that, it certainly looks like we've got a bit of a tight contest happening here in the triple jump, and left to be seen how we finish off today's event. So more power to our jumpers. We've got 5 of them in there. Let's not forget. And as I said, our unsung heroes should always be given, well, the due for what they do, and especially cleaning up that area. Well, we've had an eventful day right here at the National Stadium in Singapore. Remember, this is the 83rd Singapore Open Track and Field Championship 2023. My name is Glenn Mascarenas. I was here taking you through this event right through the day. With me, my good man Ross, who was running everything live, well, in the stadium itself, including the victory ceremony, and he's going to take you through 2 more of them. We've also got a good team that's been sitting in with us right here, and we've been bringing it to you live, including good lads Rosley, who's been manning everything to do with the production, Max taking care of the graphics and the technical well, aspects of this entire event. We've got our good mate Gunnar here on direction. We've got a bunch of really great cameramen who've been giving us great shots, and of course, let's not forget Jed and Jegan, the 2 J's who've been running well, everything to do with our, well, bits and bobs in the technical area. So don't need to thank us for the stream, just need to join us tomorrow back again. And I promised you that if you do that, I will get many of my mates, including Max and Ross, to run the 10,000 meters next year.
To lose ions is to lose my performance. I drink Pocari Sweat, the only drink that resembles my body fluid, quickly replaces my lost ions and locks them in. It takes me to my limit and makes me go beyond it. Pocari Sweat, get your ions back.
Only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy.
You ain't by that fast life. 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life.
Turn your setbacks into comebacks. Safeguard your active lifestyle with PA Assurance.
To lose ions is to lose my performance. I drink Pocari Sweat, the only drink that resembles my body fluid, quickly replaces my lost ions and locks them in. It takes me to my limit and makes me go beyond it. Pocari Sweat, get your ions back.
These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. Be your own enemy, your own enemy.
You ain't by that fast life. 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life.
Turn your setbacks into comebacks. Safeguard your active lifestyle with PA Assurance.
To lose ions is to lose my performance. I drink Pocari Sweat, the only drink that resembles my body fluid, quickly replaces my lost ions and locks them in. It takes me to my limit and makes me go beyond it. Pocari Sweat, get your ions back.
These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. Be your own enemy, your own enemy.
You ain't by that fast life. 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life.
Turn your setbacks into comebacks. Safeguard your active lifestyle with PA Assurance.
To lose ions is to lose my performance. I drink Pocari Sweat, the only drink that resembles my body fluid, quickly replaces my lost ions and locks them in. It takes me to my limit and makes me go beyond it. Pocari Sweat, get your ions back.
These are the moments only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. Be your own enemy, your own enemy.
You ain't by that fast life. 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life.
Turn your setbacks into comebacks. Safeguard your active lifestyle with PA Assurance.